What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Back at it again. Ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for the slightly longer opening. Was over on Speakeasy's open panel purge. Shout out to Speakeasy. Always finds interesting panels. You know what I mean? And yeah, it was kind of good crack, you know, especially a good showing from Kieran. I think he was in that perfect kind of like bubbly mood where he's at like his peak roasting form. You know what I'm saying? And the dude Reason, I knew he looked familiar. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I had kind of like these vibes coming off him. You know what I'm saying? Kind of oddball kind of chap. You know what I mean? I think that's why he had his lights off. They didn't want to show the interrogation room. Am I right, boys? Am I right? Am I right? Also, we got to give a shout out to, you know what I'm saying? One sec. The beautiful, illustrious image that we have here. You know what I'm saying? We got our rainbow back. We added some lightning. You know what I mean? If there was ever a sign from God that it's like, what you're doing is the right thing, it is this image right here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be blasphemous or anything like that, but, I mean, come on. Like, you got the rainbow back. You got some lightnings. You know what I mean? If anything is a blessing, that has to be a blessing. You know what I mean? Strong stance. We talking about our boy? I plead the fifth, Your Honor. You know what I mean? Just like when you strike that pose as you're pleading the fifth, I think it just carries that little bit of extra weight. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of extra weight, you know? If I'm going to jail, I'm going to be in a comfortable stance. God damn it. If I'm going to jail, I'm going out my own terms. Like I said, like that was the weirdest, or it has to be the funniest video we've watched, in the Deductionist files. It was quite, because it just comes out of nowhere, because it's basically the whole kind of back and forth between him and like he's just like acting like a complete retard, saying, "I don't got no sticker on my car, officer," and it's like, well, here's your car with the sticker on it. You know what I mean? And he's like, well, I took the sticker off, didn't I? And it's like, yeah, now this explains why we have this picture of your car with no sticker on it. You know what I mean? And then it goes to the girl, and then like she's doing the whole thing of like, holy shit, like she literally just lied about Grape and like amped this dude into killing another dude. You know what I mean? Then we have like that whole thing, and then it hits us with this. You know what I mean? For those of you that actually, shout out to Reed for watching it, but for those of you that didn't see it, we might as well, because we're still in the introductory part of the stream. I had to clip this because, like I said, it's just hilarious. You know what I mean? So, like, set the scene here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're there. We're kind of like intently kind of going, oh shit, like this girl just lied about Grape, holy shit, and this dude's after killing another dude. And then we get this shit.
Then on the other side, detectives point out to Cody that they believe that he took his
And like serious voice, we're taking this stuff super serious, all this stuff.
license plates off his car to cover up his plan to kill Nate and try to get away with it. Here's how he responds.
Right now, my anxiety's just so high right now, it's ridiculous.
Okay. No, I just do.
What is, bro? Every time we cut back to this con, it just gets weirder and weirder. What is this pose? What does he do? What the fuck is going on? Holy shit!
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
I shouldn't be laughing, but it's just such a crazy fucking video. This is the craziest fucking video we reviewed on the Deductionist files. What is this pose, bro? It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Like, what? Does he think that if he just, like, puts his nutsacks in front of the fucking detectives that they'll fucking officer, oh, shit, this dude's an alpha male. We gotta let him go. But... Never take your legal advice from Captain Morgan, folks, okay? But the hand on hip as well. That's just that adds like that little extra intricacy to it. You know what I mean? Really help sells the position. You know what I mean? But holy Jesus, that was a wild one. That was a wild one to say the least, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, as they say. But oh shit, one sec. Just to take another just brief moment to enjoy the scenery, all this stuff. How's your week been, chat? Been a bit of a wild one, so to speak. You know, it really makes you think about kind of like the whole, pride cometh before the fall. Your own word. That's why I kept saying. That's why I kept saying for like the past 2 weeks. You know, your own worst enemy is your own ego. You know what I mean? But if you ask me, this has been a long time coming. You know, greed has only himself to blame. You know. And then another saying of you lay with the dog, you're gonna catch the fleas. You know? Because this is the whole thing for me. Alright. I thought, and again, you could call me a bit naive for thinking this, but when the whole like Andrew and Sarah thing went down, and then even after that, like Andrew gives them a chance to like have a sit down, have a talk, and then like Flo was hosting, and like the way he handled that, like the first person he brings on is the troll Andrew, which is like, okay, his whole intention here is clear. He's just doing this for content, which again, like the way your friends act is a key thing. A lot of people like to look away when certain things happen with their friends and all this kind of shit. It's like, no, if you're a good friend, you're gonna call them out on that shit. I know it's a difficult conversation to have and all this kind of shit, but if you're gonna be like treating a serious moment and you're goofing around, when you're supposed to tell your mate, lock the fuck in. You know what I mean? But even Andrew like does the whole like grace and says, okay, let's have a conversation about all this kind of shit, and then Flo treats it as just it's a joke and it's content, all this kind of shit. And then fucking Sarah goes and sues Andrew and Rob. You know what I mean? And I thought, okay, right, this is just you've just like fucking nuked the like any chances. Nuked any chances of trying to reconcile and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And not only that, like clearly like all these people are gonna be like, well, fuck you, Sarah. You know? If you're gonna sue fucking Rob, then you know what I mean, you've just kinda exposed yourself to that. It's like, why would I do business with someone who may potentially fucking sue me? Simple as, you know? And I thought, okay, that's gonna be it. It's donezo. We all do our exit. It is what it is. And then, like I said, man, like Grid was like sitting there kind of going, oh, well, I'm still friends with Sarah and Flo. And it's like, what the fuck? You know? But like I said, a lot of people kind of mentioned this as well, as like there was warning signs there, you know, from the beginning. And I think what epitomizes it is that conversation on his panel with Jake. You know, Jake's supposed to be one of his boys. And Jake basically does the conservative thing, tells the bitch to put on a jumper, put on a turtleneck or something like that, cover the tits up. And then Grid gets offended and starts acting like a fucking male feminist. Starts white knighting for the bitch. And it's like, hey, yo, what the fuck? Is this the same Grid that shows a couple $100 bills on whatever podcasts and starts acting like the big man in front of all the boys? Is this the same dude? Is this the same dude? Oh, sorry, my voice is going. Which, like I said, that's why I'm taking my time to try and get into reading the script today. I need to get the coffees into me. Try to warm up the throat, so to speak. But the coffee is scalding. But is this the same dude? Like, holy shit, man. Holy shit. You know, perfect clip for easy to show, just to display who this dude is, you know? And like I said, it's not just grid at this stage. I wish it wasn't. I wish it was like as easy and as simple as it, you know? But and again, this is not like to do the whole like team games or anything like that, but it's it's more so to like judge people's like judge their reasoning skills, or just to judge their character skills, you know? Like anybody that still wants to kind of like fence it and all this kind of shit, like, bruh, you know? But we also got the raid as well. Appreciate you, Easy. Thank yous all for coming and play the clip. We got Junga saying, ah! Also, Shante with the customary gays, days, and bisexual act. Appreciate you, Shante. The customary shrup you tick. Appreciate you, Candy. Yo, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing, Your Honor. I plead the fifth. Okay, let me play the clips. Let me play the clips, folks.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank yous all for coming. Welcome, everyone. This is the Deductionist Files. Your host, Teriak. And in the Deductionist File, we like to deduce, right? We don't want no speculations. We don't want no assumptions. You know what I'm saying? You know what they say about assuming? Or to assume? Makes an ass out of you and me. We don't want to do any assuming. We don't want to do no speculation. We want to keep it deductions. We want to keep it logical. Who better else to teach us to? And if you don't know what logic is, you don't know the laws of logic, don't worry. We got a little tutorial here from our boy Speakeasy. Who better else to teach us the laws of logic?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Absolute mic drop and a half, you know what I'm saying? So now that we're logical, let me introduce chat. We got A-Dub, welcome in, sir. We got Sample Turn to Chaos. We got Jiraiya saying, Ola, or the Irish would say, you've got a queer accent, have you slept with a Kieran? Hey, never heard that before, but thank you very kindly, Jiraiya. We got Shazzy. I did miss you, Shazzy. Are you back out of hospital? Are you feeling better? Let me know, let me know. We got Tiny as well. Welcome in. Okay, bye. Hey, this is what it is. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. We got Vinci saying, easy raid. By the way, I'm still waiting on the other StreamYard in the back to get a piece of that idiot. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And ladies and gentlemen, make sure you check out Speakeasy's merch, okay? Because there is limited edition stuff on there, okay? Which means once it's gone, it's gone. Okay? So I don't want to hear no crying, no nothing like that. If you didn't get your Avarice hoodie, I don't want to hear no crying. You had your chance, okay? There's tons of stuff on there. Like I said, like basically everything you could possibly imagine in terms of merch is on there. So make sure you go check it out, ladies and gentlemen. We got DP Thing, aka Jungle, saying deduce and something. Exactly. We be deducing and shit, you know? You know what I'm saying? And also, don't forget to smash the like button or I kick your kneecaps. You don't want to get your kneecaps kicked, make sure you click that like button, as they say, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? You make Andrew cry too. Wait, what? Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You got the. It's a good clip. It's a good clip. You know what I mean? So it's basically a tutorial. You know what I'm saying? Consistency, identity, and you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Excluded middle, baby. We got Nemo as well. Welcome in, welcome in. We got Lauren as well. I still have no idea. Neither do I. Like I said, please be patient. My mom took the Tylenols, okay?
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol, okay? I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best out here. I was dealt a shady hand, okay? The old Tylenol's got me. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Damn, I need to remember them. It's not hard. I'm just slow. Same here. Like I said, man, my mom took Tylenols, you know? The Yakstein files. Exactly. Exactly. Yes, Terry, but I'm not back yet. Hey, it is what it is. Like I said, Shazzy, take your time. Rest and recovery is key. You know what I'm saying? And already we got the original vintage over on the Ko-Fi. Ladies and gentlemen, let me refresh the page. We got the original vintage for $5 over on the Ko-Fi. Let me give you the money clip for that one, sir. Appreciate you, Connie Vintage. Got Jungle saying, question. Are you ready for the rumble in the jungle? Nah, I'm saying. Nah, I mean. I know what you mean. Talking about the Speakeasy special on Rumble for the VK? Bro. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. And yes, exactly. King and Jeremy limited edition. Open panel purge limited edition as well, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So you got to make sure. Again, the limited edition, it says it there. Okay? There's tons of hoodies on there. My personal favorite is the Fire and Ice one. I think that just looks epic. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Post kills me. Oh, the post hop? Is it? Post hop? Some of that? Let me know. Welcome in, Gerard. We got Aaron Not Man as well saying, I was sent here by a Chinaman. Ni hao. Ni hao. You know what I'm saying? And Vintage, thanks for the support. Exactly. Did you make Andrew cry too? I don't think I've made anyone cry. I resent that statement, sir. I never made no one cry. I didn't do nothing. Okay, I'm innocent. I didn't do nothing, Your Honor. I love that. I love the fact that was an actual clip. I did pop in yesterday, but you had QA DGen in chat. QA DGen. You know how they do, Shazzy. They be rocking around trying to talk their shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Exactly. You got to help the Tylenol fund. You know what I mean? Try my best here, folks. You know. And Diner says patience. Patience is a virtue. You know. What DGen? Powder Dusty. Wait, Powder Dusty was in chat. Was in my chat? That motherfucker's banned. The fuck? You sure he clicked into my stream? Fakest Irish accent I've ever heard. Yep. You know. That's why I gave him the Materville, Tennessee accent. He didn't like that one. So then I told him I was Vlad from Moscow. And he did not like that accent either, comrade. I did not know what to do. He does not like any accent. Stay blessed, Shazzy Bear. Keep well. Exactly. Hope you get well soon, Shazzy. Teriyaki had Dusty in here last night. I told you I didn't do nothing. I'm innocent. Dusty's banned. Has been for quite a while, you know. It's expensive to get from Canada. Exactly, precisely. My bad. Exactly. Daddy Gen. Okay. Was a typo. Learn how to read. Okay. It is what it is. I'm not the what's it called? Wait, what the fuck was that dude's name? I'm not Reason, okay? I don't speak in spell mistakes. You know? I don't got the brain for it. You know? He was yesterday. What was it, an alt account, Shazzy? Because like I said, I can show you the thingamabob. One sec, just to Just to be 100%. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. Nah, definitely wasn't here, Shazzy. Definitely wasn't here. Because he's right there on the out band list. Oh shit, one sec. He's right there on the out band list. Right beside Marlon. You know what I'm saying? He's already nuked. He's already been nuked. You know? Don't let the accent fool you. He hasn't got a pot of gold either. See you. You guys need to stop disrespecting the Shamrocks, okay? Leave the pot of gold alone. Yeah, Shazzy, how you seen? Like, he's been nuked for quite a while. Literally, like, as soon as that Sarah thing happened, he was nuked. You know what I mean? I was in chat most of the night yesterday. I don't know how long it went after I left, so I don't know. No, I wasn't here. He's been nuked. You can see on screen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, yeah, it could have been an alt account. But then let me know what the alt account is. Well, we'll get that as well, you know what I'm saying? You know? I'm going to get it. I know you have it. I just don't need the competition. That is true. That is true. You know what I mean? Like, this is the thing. I'm gonna let you in a little secret, okay? Now you gotta promise not to tell nobodies, okay? I'm gonna let you in a little secret, okay? The little state secret, so to speak. Okay, first of all, thanks very kindly, Shazzy. The £10. £10, okay, that's the king shilling right there, boys. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of dollary dues, as they would say. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, kindly, Shazzy. But yeah, back to this, okay? I'm gonna let you in a little secret, okay? State secrets. This is a state secret, so I might actually fucking get treason charges for revealing this information to you, okay? Okay, so in terms of the pot of gold, right? The Leprechaun Guild got together. We all got together, all the leprechauns, right? And we even went in on this with the Oompa Loompas, despite the fact that we're currently in a civil war with the Oompa Loompas and all this, that whole headache, right? The Leprechaun Guild got together, and we sold all the gold for bitcoins. True story. True story, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I know a lot of you might be saying, "Oh no, Teriak, you're talking bullshit and all this kind of thing," right? But then explain this, motherfuckers. Okay? Why is gold crashing? See? I fucking told you. I tell you the truth. Okay? The reason why the gold market is down is because Leprechaun Guild got together and we bought the bitcoins. We're going full micro sailor. We bought the bitcoins. This is the truth. This is the truth. I'm telling you. Do not see the pose that I'm striking. This is the truthful pose. God damn it. Unbelievable. See, there's always a mole. There's always a mole. Right, Viren's the mole. We at least got the mole. Okay. I'm gonna be going to prison for treason charges. You know what I'm saying? Discussing state secrets. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. You know? You're gonna finally share your name with the class. That's the secret? No. Shante. What the fuck? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. His name is Quincy, betting the imaginary gold on this. Y'all traded gold for BTC? Exactly. Exactly, baby. We're looking to the future. You know what I'm saying? I think his name is see this. See you, Shante. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't get no rest. Ain't no rest for the wicked. You know what I mean? This is the thing, right? Like, I thought when I was going to get into the streaming, you know, like when you look at like all these like big streamers, you know, like the chats are like, "Oh my god, you're the best," and all this kind of shit. Then my chat just roast me. You know what I mean? Like, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know? But it does keep the ego honest, you know? Just imagine a leprechaun black market of Bitcoin. You don't gotta imagine it, baby. Reality. Can't believe this. It's unbelievable. Tanya. I'm here with the breaking news. I'm here with the breaking news, folks. Nico is a homosexual. Kieran should never. That's why I love my chat. Because like not only do I get roasts, but then it's just like random roasts across the board. It's like we're roasting Sneeko, we're roasting Kieran, you know? JS, I'm Irish, I've got gold. Exactly, Shazzy. Shazzy's got the pounds. You know what I mean? I think y'all got both a pot of gold and a pot of Bitcoin now. And maybe. Gotta do the stonks. I think it's Terry. Yeah, I was saying that yesterday, Shazzy. Like people think that it's Terry. It's not actually Terry, you know? You can't fool me. It is what it is. I can try though. I can try, you know? I can try. A man can try. But ladies and gentlemen, we're 36 minutes in. I gotta get to the clip, okay? I gotta get to the script, okay? Now, I will warn you. I will forewarn. My voice is it ain't doing the best. Okay? So please be patient, okay? But let us get into the first case, which is called the case of the unexpected death. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Deductionist Files. I am your host, Detective Teriak. In every episode, we reconstruct a case using only publicly available material, from body cam footage from officers on the scene to recorded interviews and interrogations, 911 calls, forensic and autopsy reports, witness statements, digital records, financial documents, and court proceedings. Whatever we can get our little leprechaun hands on. We cross-reference each element against the others so the facts build a complete picture without any speculation. The outline presents the investigation in the exact order the evidence emerged for detectives and prosecutors. You'll see the same body cam recordings, the same statements, and the same inconsistencies they themselves examined. The deductions are yours to make, and in the outro we supply the full identification of responsible party, the precise method, the motive established by the evidence, the legal outcome, and every other verified detail from the record. But let us place you in the setting, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine a suburban neighborhood in Utah in early March 2022. The winter has begun to loosen its grip. Days are still cold, but the sun is stronger, melting patches of snow on driveways and sidewalks. The houses are typical of newer developments. Two-story homes with attached garages, small yards, and quiet streets where families with young children live. Inside one of these homes, a husband and father is found unresponsive. His wife calls 911. Paramedics and police respond within minutes. What the body cameras capture in those first moments becomes one of the most central pieces of evidence in the case that follows. The neighborhood looks ordinary. The events inside do not. In the outline that follows, we examine the death of a man in his home, the initial response captured on body cam, the statements given by the person present at the time, the forensic findings, the digital and financial records that emerged later, and the way those records aligned or conflicted with early accounts. Every step is presented using only the documented public evidence. So no assumptions, no speculation. No conclusions are drawn until the outro. But ladies and gentlemen, game once again afoot. Just well, shout out the A-Dub with the $2 says, how did Dusty make you cry? Just wondering. What are you talking about? Appreciate you for the $2, but again, don't know what you're talking about here. It is what it is. It is what it is. And we got Jim Bowden in chat. Welcome in, Jim. Jim is a lawyer. As you would recognize from these series. I don't like lawyers. I think lawyers are pieces of shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Dusty made someone cry. Yeah, he made himself cry. He looked in the mirror. But dumb. It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, like me and Jim, we've had our back and forth. A lot of pleasant conversations as well. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But it is what it is. On or about March 3rd, 2022, in a suburban home in Utah, emergency services received a 911 call reporting that a man in his 30s or 40s was unresponsive. The caller identified herself as the wife of the man and stated that he appeared to have overdosed or was having a medical emergency. Paramedics and law enforcement officers arrived quickly. Body cam footage from the responding officers recorded the scene inside the home. The man was found on the floor or in a location consistent with having collapsed. The wife was present and interacting with the responders. Body cam showed her attempting or appearing to attempt CPR at times, while at other moments she covered her face with her hands or turned away. The footage captured her demeanor, her statements to officers, and the efforts of medical personnel to revive the man. Despite those efforts, the man was pronounced deceased at the scene or shortly after transport. Initial responders treated the death as a possible overdose or medical event. The wife provided an account that the man had a history of substance use or had possibly taken something that caused the collapse. She described finding him unresponsive and calling for help. Officers noted the presence of any visible pills, paraphernalia, or any other items near the body. The body cam continued to record as the scene was processed and the body was removed. The wife remained at the home and continued to interact with law enforcement. Her behavior on the footage, including moments of hiding her face and the apparent effort or lack of sustained effort in resuscitation attempts, was later reviewed by investigators and prosecutors. An autopsy was performed. Toxicology results revealed the presence of fentanyl in the man's system at levels consistent with a fatal dose. No other obvious cause of death was identified. The initial classification leaned toward accidental overdose given the toxicology and the wife's statements about possible substance use. However, the body cam footage and the wife's demeanor raised questions among some of the responders and later among detectives assigned to review the case. Footage was preserved as part of the investigation file. As the investigation continued, detectives examined the couple's background, finances, and recent communications. The wife was a real estate agent with an active personal life. The couple had 3 young children. Financial records showed life insurance policies on the husband with the wife as beneficiary. Digital records, including phone data and search histories, were obtained through warrants. These records showed that the wife had conducted searches or made purchases related to fentanyl or substances that could be used to cause overdose. Bank and purchase records indicated transactions consistent with obtaining fentanyl or related materials in the period leading up to the death. The wife was interviewed multiple times. Her accounts of the events on the day of the death and the days leading up to it contained inconsistencies when compared to the digital records, the body cam footage, and the toxicology results. In early statements, she maintained that the husband had a substance issue and that the death was likely accidental or self-inflicted through overdose. Later statements adjusted details about when she last saw him conscious, what medications or substances might have been present, and her own actions during the 911 call and resuscitation attempts. The recorded interviews captured these shifts. Detectives noted that certain details only changed after she was confronted with specific evidence such as purchase records or the exact timing shown on body cam. Body cam footage itself became a focal point of analysis. Multiple viewings by investigators and later by the jury highlighted segments where the wife appeared to be performing CPR inconsistently or with limited force, and moments where she covered her face with her hands while medical personnel worked on her husband. The footage also captured her statements to officers at the scene and her overall demeanor in the immediate aftermath. These observations contrasted with what would be expected from a spouse discovering a loved one in medical distress and were used to question the narrative of an accidental or natural event. Further digital evidence included text messages, emails, and location data from the wife's devices. These records showed communications and movements that did not align with the initial account of a sudden, unexpected medical emergency. Financial documents revealed the existence of substantial life insurance policies and the wife's knowledge of or involvement in those policies. Witness statements from family members, friends, and colleagues provided additional context about the state of the marriage, any prior discussions of separation or financial matters, and the wife's behavior in the days surrounding the death. Combination of the toxicology showing fatal fentanyl levels, the body cam documentation of the wife's actions and demeanor, the digital and financial records indicating she had obtained or had access to fentanyl, and the inconsistencies in her statements led investigators to treat the death as a homicide rather than an accident. The wife was arrested and charged with aggravated murder or first-degree murder. Case proceeded to trial. Prosecutors presented the body cam footage in full, toxicology reports, the purchase and search records, the insurance documents, and the recorded interviews showing the evolution of the wife's statements. The defense challenged the interpretation of the body cam footage, arguing that the wife's actions were consistent with shock or panic in a genuine emergency. They also questioned the chain of custody or interpretation of the digital records and suggested alternative explanations for the fentanyl in the husband's system. The jury viewed the body cam footage multiple times, heard the expert testimony on toxicology and the levels of fentanyl, and considered the full timeline established by the digital evidence. The trial conducted with a conviction on the charge of murder. The jury found that the wife had intentionally caused the husband's death by introducing fentanyl into his system. Sentencing occurred after the verdict. The court imposed a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge considered victim impact statements, including statements from the couple's children who expressed a desire for their mother to remain incarcerated. The sentence reflected the premeditated nature of the act as established by the evidence of purchase planning and the attempt to stage the scene as an accidental overdose. In the outline, we followed the case from the 911 call and the body cam footage captured by the first officers on the scene through the initial classification of the death, the autopsy, and toxicology results. The review of digital and financial records, the multiple interviews with the person present at the home, the identification of the inconsistencies, and the trial presentation that resulted in conviction. Every piece of evidence was presented in order it became available to investigators. Deductions that the death was a homicide and that the wife was responsible arise directly from the fatal fentanyl levels. Body cam documentation of her behavior, the records showing she obtained the substance, the insurance beneficiary status, and the changing statements that failed to align with the physical and digital evidence. Complete picture can now be stated without reservation. The individual responsible... Oh, one sec. Okay, yeah. Now we're going to take a break and we're going to watch the video, as they would say. Let me catch up in chat before we go. Oh my god, chat is on fire. Dusty making lots of people crash out. Wait, what? Oh, he's one of those Dusty fanboys. Listen, the reason why Dusty's banned is simply because he sues people. You know what I mean? I don't want to do business with anybody that sues people. You know? For saying words. I thought Dusty was an American. You know what I mean? You're not allowed to say words or I'll sue you. You know? It is what it is. Tears in a desert turn to salt before they hit the ground. That is true. That is true. He hates women. I'm not surprised, man. Not surprised. A lot of these, like, you know, pimp culture things. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. Interacting. I don't know. I think he's trolling. Dusty was funny as hell when he made Andrew cry or rage quit. Again, never seen it. But again, pretty sure it's a Dusty fan here. Appreciate you for the $2 though. Not gonna lie. But why would you follow someone who like sues people for saying words? You know? You want to talk about rage quits? You know? I was a subscribed member and donated every day. He still attacked me over easy A-dubs. It is what it is. It is what it is. People are salty. I'm saying think Teriyaki could care less, I mean. It is what it is. Wild shit. Yeah, like suing people. Or at least like, encouraging people to sue people over words. You know? That's what Sarah's doing. Like she's suing people. You know what I mean? That's why we left, yeah. That's why he's banned. Like, listen, I don't want to do business with you. You do you, boo. I don't want to be, like doing a stream and then you get your feelings hurt and then you start launching law cases or lawsuits. You got your fifis hurt. You know what I mean? You know? Sounds like George Floyd. Nah, it's not, because like George Floyd was intentional. Like George Floyd intentionally took the fentanyl, you know? In this case, Daniel, it was kind of like I said, we're picking off from where we left off yesterday, where it's like this whole thing of like, I'm going to make it look like an accident. But for me personally, the whole premeditation aspect to it, like that should be death penalty. Simple as, you know? Like I'm one of those dudes that if it's premeditated murder, like you go back and you watch like the old school Sherlock Holmes, Granada TV, Jeremy Brett, Sherlock Holmes. You were proven to be premeditated murder. That was a hanging. You know, you were going to the gallows. What'd he say, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, like he supports Sarah suing people, suing content creators because they got their fifis hurt. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Teriyaki, boil some water, stir a spoonful of honey in it, and add some lemon juice for your throat. Hopefully, it'll be soothe a bit. It's going well so far. Appreciate the advice, Fern. Appreciate the advice. I got a bear tattoo when my mum died. She called me Shazzy Bear and left me on my own. That's the tattoo. That's what I love. That's what I love. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. Not familiar, I assume. I was not one thing versus just creating a toxic environment, just a guess. Well, I would say, soon other content creators getting your feelings hurt. That's, I don't know. Launching a lawsuit. You were talking about rage quitting, A-Dub. Who's raging out when you're launching lawsuits, Exactly. Jazzy. Don't nobody give a fuck about Dusty and your need to suck him off another person's chat. Exactly. Exactly, Shantae. Is he gone? It is what it is. It is what it is. But we always get like a couple of those stragglers in, like I said, And Shazzy don't need to be nice. We don't need people to be nice anymore. That's a problem, I think, in modern day society. Everyone's focused on being nice. We need to be good, We need to be moral, But, yeah, like I said, man, lawsuits. Who's the one that's launching lawsuits? Who's rage quitting then? You know what I mean? In Native American Zuni culture, the bear represents breath of life. I bought a fetish once for my dad by an elder. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And he was Shazzy. That's why I did it. That was gross, but it was to be expected from his followers. True that. True that. It's like an archipelago. As long as it's not a gulag archipelago. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. What? What? I'm not sure. Let me know. Let me know, Lauren. Hey, Ghost Rider. Welcome to see you, Ghost Rider. Pull up a chair, Started out tonight at Rob's. Started out at Rob's. Now we here. I think he's MGTOW. Yep. The old incel culture, as they say, And what? I don't know what archipelago is. The chain of islands, Chante. like I said, so long as it's not Gulag Archipelago, you know. There also Ras is no face in chat. It is what it is. It is what it is. Start at 1 and move to next. Thank you. What a quinky dink ghost. Hey, it is what it is. He told you the truth. The truth. And nothing but the truth. Danya, it's the truth. I plead the fifth. There's horrible. I have absolutely no love. I've seen her since she started in Playing with Fire. Seen her trial of deception and destruction. A trail of deception and destruction. No shit, she fucks over everyone she interacts with. 100%. Like, that's the thing. Like, you know, I don't mind the fanboys coming in and doing all this shit, but once you hit them with the, okay, you want to talk about rage quitting and making people cry, who launched a lawsuit at who? You know what I mean? Who's bringing legal charges to who? Who's in their emotions? You know? And then they run away. It is what it is. Sherlock Holmes always, this is the evidence. He isn't convicting them. He is passing the evidence to the jurors. Sherlock Holmes always, this is the evidence. He isn't convicting them. He is passing the evidence to the jurors. Not really sure what you mean here, Jiraiya. But, like I said, go back and watch. And it's free on YouTube. It's free. Like, all 41 episodes are free on YouTube. You can find a playlist if you just type in Sherlock Holmes, Jeremy Brett. Brett. Like, it's just constantly referred to. Like, that was literally the law back in the days. Back when England was actually great. You know? Premeditated murder. First degree murder. You're going to the gallows, boy. You going to the gallows, boy. Halfwood just woke up. Welcome in, Halfwood. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Archipelago is a chain of islands off a larger island. Hawaii would be an example. Hey, go to Hawaii, baby. Let's do a luau. Or, what was it, luau? Luau? Let me know. Halfwood and I are on the same schedule today. Hey, this is what it is. Pull up a chair, Blue. And we got Rex as well. Says, plead the fifth. What happened to that truth? It is the truth, but I'm also pleading the fifth. Okay? I'm telling you the truth with my pose, and then I'm also pleading the fifth with my hand on my hip. Okay? Both can be true at the same time. You know? It is what it is. It is what it is. Welcome in, welcome in. No, but like, this is what I'm saying. Like, if you want to talk about like rage quits, like, you know, bringing a lawsuit against someone, like that's a pretty big rage quit, you know. You know, if you're gonna like do business with someone who brings lawsuits because they get in there, they get upsetty spaghetti. You know, that's a pretty big rage quit. It is what it is. Give me that truth, Captain Morgan. My man. Without further ado, let's get into it. I'm going to be trying out something new. So I'm not going to be like, I don't think any of the channels I'm using is the typical long crime one that we use. So again, I'm going to have to keep an eye on the YouTube if they take it down. But this looked like it was an interesting kind of like, you know, video for it, explaining the case that we just outlined. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. But she's not shocked or panicked. Okay? Sounds like, you know, she's upset because she's just done something bad or something wrong. You know what I mean? It's max volume on my end, K-Dog, unfortunately. This is the thing, right? If you notice, like, the cross chatter between what I imagine is the like, where people, the investigators of the case, and then that dude is like, she was a good person, all this kind of shit. This is why, if you notice, like, in the show The Mentalist, right, and like similar kind of shows to that, you never want the mentalist dude to actually be the dude in charge, be the detective on the case. because bitches like this, you know, psychos like this, they'll play one way to someone with a title. You know, if you're my attorney, if you're like a, you know, a friend of the family, whatever, I'm going to be nice to you and all this kind of shit. You want to have that kind of like that non-title or that stranger kind of like aspect to truly get the gauge of like who this motherfucker is. You know what I mean? And even oftentimes you'll see like the likes of Patrick Jane, he'll like actually provoke them and see how they react and see them as the enemy as well. And we got Kieran. G'day, mate. If you want to open up the panel, we need $38. $38 reduce, sir. Yeah, 38. Lock up the whole family. God damn. Lawrence is saying get rid of all of them. Get rid of all of them. You know what I'm saying? Never followed this closely, but recall the story. Sorry, man, it's a pretty famous one. Pretty famous one. Let's skip through the intro and all this stuff. Jesus. A shout out to Jariah for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very kindly, sir. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one, sir. Are we having fun yet? Congratulations to Lauren B, 6837, Kieran Markin. Both of them are in chat as well. So that's a mega pull already. We also got Kilo Alpha Tango. Right, Kilo Alpha Tango. And we got Bingo VP. Congratulations. Wait, that's only 4. It's only showing 4 for some reason. But I think something's changed now with the memberships. So it's like it factors in the currencies and all the stuff. So I'm not 100% what way it's working in terms of the YouTubes now and all that kind of stuff. I forgot to go through that in the opening as well. And we got Kieran as well with the $2, 2 Australian dollar dues, mate. Appreciate you, kindly, Kieran. So now we only need $21. Okay, appreciate you, kindly, folks. But yeah. Like I said, this is a similar kind of case that we had from yesterday's the last one in yesterday's episode, where it's like they use death cap mushrooms and they cook like a fancy meal. It was in Australia, and beef Wellington, and there was just, like I said, this whole thing of like trying to make it look like an accident to try and evade justice. So shit, I think, did the stream go down? Are we still live? I'm getting the notification. Shit. Shit, boys. I knew this type of one we're good for the moment. See you still. Yeah, this one's getting so it's keeping an eye on the YouTube, but it's saying YouTube saying heads up. We've detected your video. We detected the video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be. One sec. Okay, I can't read the rest of it, but it's basically saying the stream may be plunged if we keep going. You know what I mean? This case should be somewhere else. No, because I can't get the One sec. Can I get the body cam footage? One sec. Uno momento, por favore. Let me do this. And I don't think the case was well. Okay. What about? Okay, we have a bit of footage from here. We have any of this? Um. Okay, I guess we could show this. And let's look at the reliable. It's just testimony from the court. Yeah, long crime don't have it either. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. So, un momento. Okay, so we got. This is the body cam footage. I think this is from the actual trial as well. We're back. Gotta take mates. No worries, Shazzy. No worries. Teriak saying lots of good stuff. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Am I back? What was the violation? No, I told you, like, that's why I paused it. But they still got me. They still got me. Never marry YouTube. I'm back. We're back, baby. So you didn't hear? Okay, right. So basically, like, what I've done is I've basically just taken the body cam footage, and then I've got a bit, like, apparently, like, one of the dudes got interrogated related to the case, but, like, this dude, like, we'll get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get into it, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? But I do apologize for that. Like I said, I'm basically using this week to try and test out different, just different like content and medias that I can use for it. Like obviously the YouTube channel Law and Crime Network, they're solid. Like we can use all their stuff because it's literally just court footage that we're using, and in the court, typically the interrogation is played. So like that's obviously a something that we can always use for it. So I was testing out with this to the different kind of like channels we can use for this one as well. Another channel is Core TV that I'm going to be testing in the next case. And then the final one, it's literally just like, again, kind of like a random channel where it just kind of takes the core stuff directly. But this is the body cam footage from the actual event. So let's see this.
Is that right? Katie, could you play that again?
I'm sorry, this is hard with two Katies.
There are two Katies. I'm sorry. I'll call you Ms. Rich and Svensson. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so that's Corey. Freeze it right there, Katie Nestor. Okay, and that hair right there, that's what you're saying she had fixed? Just her hair up and messy like that?
Okay, I know we've talked about
There,
hairlines before. Let's talk about eyebrow lines. As in, where the fuck is this bitch's eyebrows? What the fuck is going on here? I'm telling you, man, people have the goofiest hairstyles. Or just hair profiles, I guess you could call it. You know what I mean?
Saying she had fixed just her hair up and messy like that?
Yeah, as you can see, mine was down and messy and didn't have contacts in anything.
Sure. So both of you had messy hair, and
Didn't
she's
have
also
your
clearly
eyebrows
wearing
on.
pajamas. Does that refresh your memory that she's not in a sweatsuit? She was in pajamas.
I am not a fashionista, so to me, that's a sweatsuit or pajamas, just to be honest.
Okay, and then keep playing, Kate, Ms. Nest. And everything you're testifying about here about that morning was 4 years ago. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You can take that down, Katie. Thank you. Other Katie. And shortly after this scene where Corey hugs you, and obviously everyone's completely understandably upset, was there a time where you went out into the driveway and spoke with an investigating officer that morning?
I went and spoke to an investigator in their car out front of the house.
Okay, maybe not in the driveway. Might have been in front of the house.
Correct.
Your Honor, objections.
Yeah, this is the this bitch is a member of Anti-Fash. Right? which doesn't mean anti-fascist. It means anti-fashion. Okay? It is. What? Let me know when I'm back, chat. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? This stream is gay. YouTube's gay. YouTube is gay. Trying to kill the leprechaun, bro. Trying to kill the leprechaun. It is what it is. Let me know when I'm back, chat. Let me know when I'm back. Okay, we're back up. We're back up. Holy shit, bro. Like, I was using courtroom footage. What the actual fuck is going on here? I'm actually afraid to use it. Okay, this is from like a channel like with 1K subs. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Maybe they didn't like the eyebrow jokes. You know what I mean? The anti-fash. Not the anti-fa, but the anti-fash. You know, the anti-fascionists. They're coming after us, man. We thought that Antifa was bad. The anti-fascionists. What can I say, boys? What can I say? You know? Trouble Teriak, we knew him well. He chased all the snakes out of every table. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know, I'm going down with the ship. It is what it is. Also, shout out to DSD. Thank you very kindly for the support. This is for the goal. $5. Thank you very kindly. One sec. Let me play the clip. Thank you very kindly. Thank you very kindly. Like I said, I'm hesitant to even play this clip. You know what I mean? Like, we're just gonna fucking get fucking removed again. But we'll try it again, folks. Okay, let me play this.
All right, have a seat. We're on the record. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand, will be admitting State's Exhibit 8-64D, a recording of a May 2023 interview with Robert Crozier. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The state moves to admit and publish 8-64D.
Ms. Lewis, any other objection other than the one I've already ruled on?
No, nothing further.
Okay. State's 8-64D is admitted. We'll get that queued up now. Please proceed.
Robert? How are you? Confused. I imagine you are. We'll get to why we're here in just a minute real quick, but let me just get a little bit of basic information from you, okay? How about an address for you?
16 East, 350 South.
South, what city?
Your Honor, I'm so sorry, but you were going to give an instruction?
That is true. I appreciate that. Thank you for the reminder. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Crozier's side of this interview, this conversation, you may consider that for the truth, give it as much weight or as any as you determine it deserves. There are other speakers during this conversation. So the other side of the conversation, there may be 2 or 3 other people on the other side of the conversation. You cannot consider any of what they say for the truth. The only thing you can consider them for is to explain why Mr. Crozier is responding or to provide context for his responses. But the non-Robert Crozier side of this conversation is hearsay that cannot be considered for the truth. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay, I'm pausing the video just to be ultra fucking safe on this one. Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. Like, this is... Like I said, I'm just going to stick to Law and Crime Network because we know that channel works. But I'm still going to test out for the rest of the stream as well. So, pretty sure Court TV as well, like, they should be Gucci. You know what I mean? So to speak. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know? But holy shit. We got another tip from DSD. Thank you very kindly, sir. The Ko-Fi says panel monies, $16. Appreciate you kindly. Let me play the clip. Oh shit, my bad. And then we got the panel link there, ladies and gentlemen. Let me refresh the tabs. It's all fucked up today. It's all fucked up. Hey, sometimes you just gotta roll with it. You know? Sometimes you just gotta roll with it. I think I got a bot in the Rumble as well. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know, when it rains, it pours. It fucking pours, ladies and gentlemen. So we got the panel link on the YouTubes, we got the panel link on the Twitch, and we got the panel link on the YouTube as well. But if you are going to come up on panel, please keep it to the case, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we are running a show. We want to keep things professional here. You know what I'm saying? But right now, we have... what the fuck? I didn't do the thing with Bob. Unbelievable. We also get a premium meme as well. And with that one, we're going to hit him with a little Indian wisdom.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future, quite possibly in the most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck-ups when you have tomorrow's fuck-ups to look forward to? You are a fuck-up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Embrace the process, okay? Sometimes you got to embrace the process, okay? Now Shante says, yeah, YouTube does not want us to see this case. You know what I mean? They don't want us to see this case. So we're going to still power through with it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Kieran Morgan. Good day, mate.
Bro, I'm a simple man.
Okay.
I say link, I click. Okay?
I'm at. We'll keep it to the
Am I
case,
wrong?
Kieran. Keep it to the case.
Oh my God.
So this is going to be interrogation to a dude that's like no shit about the woman. So that's why the judge basically went out of his way and said, like, you can only address what this dude's actually saying. You can't address what the detectives are going to say or whatever the detectives say. You get what I'm saying?
But do you think the judge talks gay?
No. Anyways.
He fucking does, anyway.
We've lost the audio now. That's all right. I'll fix it.
I know you haven't, but you had involvements with people in Summit County that we're looking at. That's what we're going to talk to you about. Phone number for you, Robert.
385. I can even tell you, I'm so confused right now.
Okay.
I really can't. My phone's new anyways.
Okay. Tell me your phone number then.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll get to why we're here to talk to you in just a minute. But before I do that, I'm going to advise you of your rights because you're obviously in custody here at jail, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say could be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to an attorney and with you during questioning if you wish. If you can't afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed for you before questioning. And if you decide to answer questions now without having a lawyer here, you can stop questioning anytime until you're spoken to a lawyer. You understand those rights I've explained to you? Sure. Having those rights in mind, you want to talk to us today?
I mean, talk now.
Okay. So we're here to talk to you about a transaction you made a little over a year ago with a female named Carmen Lauber that Nicole put you in touch with.
Carrie, what's the correct answer right now?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks,
What?
man. When they said, here's your rights, will you speak to us? What's the correct answer?
If you're innocent, why wouldn't you speak with them?
Because everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
So?
There's no benefit. There's no benefit for the person to speak to the cops.
Okay, so
Like
there's
zero-
like,
there's
never
zero
speak to the
benefit.
cops.
Never. No.
So if some dude you witness some dude mug a chick and then he runs off and all this kind of shit, you should never phone the cops. You should never talk to the cops.
I agree. Well said. No, well said. I mean, why would you?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're playing the video, okay?
What's the rationale?
You met her at a Maverick and Draper on 2 separate occasions in February of last year, so a little over a year ago.
Okay. It's not
Ringing a bell at all?
not ringing any specific bells, no.
Okay. Well, let me give you a little more information then. So we've talked to Carmen, we've talked to Nicole. We talked to Nicole yesterday, got her phone and downloaded everything we need off of her phone. You sold Carmen blues on 2 separate occasions there at the Draper Maverick. As a result, somebody died from that transaction. So we're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that. We're simply here for information. But we know that you sold those and we can prove that through cell phone records and that kind of stuff. But right now, your information for us is more valuable than you being charged federally with selling fentanyl that results in death. I know you're in on some drug stuff. Do you know anything about the federal rules with fentanyl and 30s? And
I don't know anything. I know I've got a distribution of, I got a cop of 30 of them in December.
The M30s?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us what you know. Like I said, right now, your information is more valuable, but at this point, we can prove, we know that you met with Carmen at that Draper Maverick on 2 separate occasions, sold her fentanyl. That fentanyl is then used in a death case, basically, so we tracked it back to this point. But we're not interested in jamming you up. We're here to try and corroborate information. Validate.
I know
what Carmen and Nicole have both already told us. So you're in the position right now of either telling us what you know about it and basically not hurting anybody because Carmen and Nicole have both already talked to us here, and you're verifying information we have. Or if you don't want to talk to us, that's fine. We will pursue it federally because we know that you sold them the fentanyl that resulted in their death. So that's kind of where we're at. And I'm not trying to bullshit you. I'm just kind of laying it out exactly how it is right now.
So, I know who Nicole is.
Okay.
About a year ago.
February 5th and 25th is when Carmen messaged Nicole. Nicole gave her your information.
Okay.
When you guys set up 2 transactions at the Maverick and Draper.
Okay. Of last year?
Yes. It's not this previous February, a year before.
Okay.
It's been a bit.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, I'm still quite a bit of this shit, so I'm not trying to be a douchebag or nothing, so it's just hard to remember that much time passed. And do you have a number that she bought from me? Was it a quantity?
She said between 20 and 30 pills both times.
Okay. Then probably, yeah.
You remember going to that Maverick and Draper? Were you living down there at the time, or?
She lives, I want to say she lives pretty far away.
She lives in Heber.
Yeah, so like that was just where we were meeting.
Where were you coming from? Where were you living at the time?
Man, I've been living a little bit everywhere.
Okay.
Maybe the last couple of years.
So it's kind of ringing back. You're kind of getting a little bit more. Well, tell me what you can remember about it.
I remember Nicole calling me and saying, "Hey, could you be my friend?" And I was like, "Yeah." So that, and then she was like, "Oh, she wants a lot." And I was like, "All right."
Is 30 a lot for you, or is that a
No,
lot for Nicole? Or?
I think it was a lot for Nicole. It wasn't a lot for me, but I was like, I didn't know anybody died. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we didn't expect that you knew that. And like I said, that's why at this point, your information is more. We're not interested in jamming you up or the distribution of it or anything like that. We're doing our investigation. You're kind of just on the edges of it a little bit as kind of an involved player, as being a hook basically for it. We're not interested in jamming you up or anything like that, but we are interested in the information you have that you can provide to us that validates what people have already told us.
Okay, as far as I know, I met her just 2 times. I think I talked to her a couple more times after, but just to see, you know what I mean? Hey, you know, because when somebody's spending, you know what I mean, $500-600
Is that what 30 would run about $500 or $600?
Yeah,
something like that. Okay. And did you hit her up afterwards to see if she wanted more, or did she hit you up afterwards?
I think I asked her one other time, and then she just didn't.
She's like, "Hey, you looking for any more?" or something.
Yeah, something like that. And she just didn't respond to me. You know what I mean?
Do you remember how you contacted her? Was it through text messaging, messenger?
I want to say it was through text messages, but I haven't had that. I haven't had it go somewhere the longest time.
What phone would it have been on?
My phone. Fuck. Maybe a 333-6156 number.
Do you still have that phone?
No.
Okay. The phone you have now is a newer one then?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you contacted that Carmen at all? Not phone or anything? Do you know where that old phone would have been that would have had those text messages on it?
No, I lost that phone a while ago.
Okay. But what did you think the phone number was, you said?
385-333-6156.
Okay. So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She just told me that she had a friend that wanted, you know what I mean?
Did she ask for glue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxys, or what did she ask for?
No. I think she might have asked me for blue. I can't remember.
But you sold her M30s, right?
Yeah, I told her what she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that, and she got the M30s.
Right, no.
Okay. So she knew that there was fentanyl on those pills.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you remember where you got those pills from?
I don't specifically.
Okay. What else can you tell us about that? That's all we're here to talk to you about was that transaction, those 2 transactions, I guess, a little over a year ago. We don't care about anything else, but what else can you remember about those?
She was with the older guy.
Do you remember what kind of car they showed up in?
No. Well, one time it was like a truck. Like a white truck or something.
Okay. When you say she was with an older guy, do you remember about ballpark and how old he would have been?
I don't know. 50s probably.
You thought maybe one time in the truck, but you couldn't remember the other one?
Mm-hmm. No, so they were in a car the other time. I don't remember what car.
Okay.
The first time she was in the truck, though, for sure.
When you guys would have shown up with the Maverick, where would you go? Would you go around back the Maverick, or just right there at the office?
Yeah.
Just a quick hand-to-hand?
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
And you just said about $600 or so of what you can charge for those.
Something like that.
Okay. Do you remember? So I think she would have ordered more the second time. Do you remember the quantity?
I don't remember the exact.
But you remember meeting her twice?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really remember meeting her twice because you guys told me I met her twice. I would have said it once.
But do you remember now they're kind of jogged your memory?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you think of anything else about those meetings with her or anything?
Nah, those are the only 6 times I talked to her.
Okay. How do you know Nicole?
This was a dude named Cam. I was staying with him for a while. And she stayed there for a while, and then she took off, and then Cam's a fucking weirdo.
Okay. So Nicole just hit you up and said, "Hey, would you want to meet with my friend?"
Yeah.
You're like, "Yeah, that's cool." And you were in the apartment. Did she call you or text you? Do you remember?
I believe she called me.
All the time, or just that one time? Or?
I think she was like saying, she would take me like, "Hey, what's up?" And then one of us would call the other one.
You're like, "Hey, I'm Nicole's friend," or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How long was your? Like, "Hey, I'm Nicole's friend," or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How long was your?
I think she was like saying, she would take me like, "Hey, what's up?" And then one of us would call the other one.
Well, would you press pause? We'll fix that.
Yeah.
My apologies.
I'd say this bitch's heart sunk when this dude was actually willing to talk. You know what I mean? Because, like, this whole thing of, like, never talk to the cops is baffling to me. It is baffling to me. When we're literally, like, going through cases of, like, murderers that otherwise would have been off scot-free. You know what I mean? This is the dude that sold her the fentanyl. And he's speaking to the cops. You know what I'm saying? And even like I said, that easy example, I think Kieran's is kind of trolling. When he says like, oh, like would you not even report a mugging to the cops? You know what I mean? We're gonna just defund the police then? You know? I don't know, man. I don't know. Ghostwriter says, as to this case, Utah is famous for opioid addiction because it's a Mormon state, and while alcohol is stigmatized heavily, people will take opioids because they start out as prescribed, and it's socially acceptable because it's a drug prescribed from it. Yeah, that's the whole aspect to a ghostwriter. Like a lot of people, you know, like anything that's legal or given by a doctor, oh, that's like safe drugs, or that's like that's the good drugs, but the bad drugs are the ones that aren't. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. And Shadi says she needs to head to bed. Have a good one, Shadi. Appreciate you kindly. Thank you very much. Pediatrician was the worst. What can I say? I wish I could show you more. But unfortunately, like I said, YouTube's being a bit of a bastard, man. Like I said, this case is a bit of an odd one in terms of trying to actually get like footage and all this kind of stuff for it as well. That's why I wanted to test it out, because with like, am I actually able to show the documentaries? We found out that we're not able to, so it is what it is. You know what I mean? I absolutely can't stand Oxycontin. They gave me hundreds after my back surgery. I took maybe 6 of them. That's what I'm saying, man. They want you on that shit. Because, like, the whole medical industry are just as bad as the dude on the corner. They both want the same thing. They want you buying as much from them as possible. You know what I mean? The more addictive and easy they can get you hooked, it is what it is. If you call the cops, you become a person of interest. But if you're innocent, do you want criminals to go free in your society? If you want criminals to go free in society and all this kind of shit, then yeah, do what Kieran says. Never talk to the cops. See how that works out for you. You know? But if you want to clean up your community, if you actually want to have a zero tolerance policy on crime and all this kind of shit, and you're actually innocent, you know? Let the truth stand. Have a good one, Shante. Have a good one. Dead body involved. I'm like, yes, officer. I was watching porn on my phone. Unbelievable, Jeriah. Unbelievable. Oxys are great. Yeah, Kieran's in the trolling mood. It is what it is. It's sadly true. Like I said, they're addicted for a reason, bro. You know?
Out there, or drug court or some shit. Wherever she was living. She was on, yeah, she was either on AP&P or on drug court or something. I don't remember. And she had to hurry. It was always in a hurry. Like, she was like, okay, well, I'm leaving here now, so I can meet you like halfway. Can you meet me halfway? I'm like, yeah, I can do that.
And halfway was that Maverick there?
Yeah.
Draper?
Yeah.
Okay. You said one time she came with an older guy. Do you remember if that was the first time or the second time?
I believe it was the second time.
First time, do you remember if she showed up with anybody?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, I think those are all the questions we had for you. If we have any more follow-up questions, you want to talk to us again as we kind of progress with this a little bit further?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you talking to us, Robert. Like I said, we're not here to jam you up over anything. We're just here to try and get some information and see what you got.
Fucking one day, wake up with some fucking manslaughter charges?
No. We're not going to pursue that. Like I said, if you didn't want to help us out or anything, we kind of have this view right now that the people we're interviewing, we've got enough information. We're just trying to verify it. You're kind of either helping us out or you're not. And if you're not, you might, honestly. But All you've done right now, so we've already talked, Carmen's already talked, and Nicole's already talked. So you're not telling us anything we didn't know. You're not protecting anybody by not talking to us. All you'd be doing is basically rolling dice with your future if you didn't want to talk to us, is essentially because when the deaths are involved, the prosecutors do get a little spun up over it. And with fentanyl in the federal system, if you don't know this, if you get caught dealing fentanyl that results in a death, you could potentially face federal charges. It doesn't matter if you intended to cause the death or anything else like that. They're cracking down on it. So I don't know how long you're in for with. I know you're on possession with intent stuff, but if you are still dealing, don't be dealing with that shit anymore because the feds are coming down hard on it, and it's only a matter of time, especially with how nasty that shit is.
And these multiple bitches gave you money.
Well, we already verified it through phone records. We already knew who they got it from. It wasn't like they told us anything we didn't know either.
Yeah.
We've been able to find everything we need through digital evidence and all the contacts, all the messages on Facebook, all that stuff.
Yeah, we knew all of that before we made contact with anybody.
Yeah. So it wasn't like they were diming you out or anything.
Yeah, but I don't think me and Carmen even were friends on Facebook.
We actually were the ones that brought up your name to Nicole because we already knew that Nicole had put you in touch with Carmen, and we already knew all of that information.
Oh, okay.
So we're just trying to verify stories is all we're trying to do at this point.
Okay.
So.
And how do you think the cops are going to act if the two other people talk to them, then you don't talk to them, meaning you're trying to protect the other two people? What do you think is going to happen then? This whole thing of like becoming a person of interest. You know what I'm saying? Baron says, if you are damned if you do, damned if you don't. It really depends on your interaction with the police and how you feel about them. I don't know, man. Like, a key aspect of this as well is like, it depends on where you live, of course. You know? If you live in England, you know, cops there, they ain't doing too well. But you could actually take the time and effort to research local police departments and all this kind of shit and scope out, okay, this department does DEI, LGBT, and all this kind of shit. We're not moving there. We're moving to a Christian neighborhood where the police precinct is, or a state where there's zero tolerance on it, all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? Ghostwriter says, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm spent and I have work later today. Y'all are badasses and have fun jumping from show to show. Salute to y'all. Salute to you too, Ghostwriter. Thank you very kindly. Kieran says, if you've got nothing to hide. Who said that? Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Have a good one, Ghostwriter. Wow, YouTube. Censor that comment. I would like to talk to police in general, but as soon as I'm in a room or that sort of thing, I'm getting a lawyer to make sure everything is done by the books. But you'd still talk to them. You know? Like, I get the whole thing of like having the trust and all this kind of stuff, but if you're innocent, would you not want your streets to be clean? You know? Oxycontin. Hey, it is what it is. I've been pulled over 20 times from 18 to 35 years old. The whole traffic thing, that's a whole other thing. When it comes down to Moida and all this kind of shit, you know, Oxycontin created an epidemic of opioid addiction amongst the youth. A lot of my friends didn't make it past 18. Yeah, destroy generations, you know. And now there is fentanyl on the streets. Would you not want to start kind of like talking up and saying, yo, these dudes look shady? You know? Destroyed whole communities. You complete the 5th, of course, but if you're reckless and being asked to police, you will also put a target on your back. That's true. It's also true, you know? Yeah, now Fent, they ramped it up. And if you're a person that's like, fuck this, I'm never going to talk to the cops. If you're seeing someone dealing Fent, what are you going to do? You know? How are you going to clean up the streets, folks? It is what it is. Let's finish out this.
Do you have any
Nothing
questions
else.
for us or anything like that?
Other than this isn't gonna backdoor me here.
No.
No. All right.
We're not here to jam you up or anything like that. We don't give a shit about what's going on down here or anything like that.
I was just going to ask you, do any of your people ever tell you what they're going to do for themselves, if they're going to try to sell it to anybody else? What their intents are?
Everybody that I deal with does it themselves. You know what I mean? Like, I do it myself, they do it themselves. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's
Carmen never mentioned anything about hooking it up for somebody else or anything like that.
no, like I said, like she was just like, I met her twice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I figured it was a long shot. Twice you met her a year ago. I knew it was going to be a bit of a stretch for you to remember, but anything else you can think of or anything else you remember?
No.
Okay. As you think about it, if you do think of something, let one of the COs know or one of the investigators at the jail know. They'll reach back out to us if you think of anything else you want to talk to us about or anything like that, okay? Any other questions or anything like that for us? Okay. Thanks. Okay, all right. We'll go grab the CO and let them know you're ready. Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
So that was the connection. That's how she got a hold of the fence, as there was to say. You know what I mean? Vigilante. I'll dress up as Teriak and do what needs to be done. Hey, what can I say? Super leprechaun on the streets. You know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, let me wrap up this case. This absolute pain in the ass of a case, to say the least. Not because it wasn't an interesting case, because oftentimes like these cases that we get where it's like it's like a staged homicide, you know, make it look like an accident and all this kind of stuff, you know. But you always got to serve justice, so to speak, you know. The complete picture can now be stated without reservation. The individual responsible was Curry Richens, the wife of the deceased. On or about March 3rd, 2022, she caused the death of her husband, Eric Richens, by introducing a lethal dose of fentanyl into his system, most likely through pills or another ingested form that she had obtained. She then called 911 and presented death as a possible accidental overdose or medical emergency. Body cam footage from responding officers captured her at the scene, including moments in which she appeared to perform CPR inconsistently and covered her face with her hands while medical personnel worked on her husband. Footage also recorded her initial statements to law enforcement. And as we noted, even from the brief intro to the documentary thing, her 911 call, she wasn't shocked. She was upset. You know? She wasn't shocked or in panic or anything like that. She was only upset, you know? Autopsy and toxicology confirmed that Eric Richens died from fentanyl intoxication at fatal levels. No other natural or accidental cause explained the death. Digital and financial records showed that Curry Richens had conducted searches and made purchases consistent with obtaining fentanyl in the period before death. Life insurance policies on Eric listed her as the beneficiary, providing a financial incentive. Her statements to investigators evolved over multiple interviews. Early accounts emphasized Eric's possible substance use and portrayed the death as sudden and unexpected. Later statements adjusted details only after she was presented with specific evidence, such as purchase records or the timing shown on body cam. These inconsistencies were documented in the recorded interviews. The motive established by the evidence was financial gain combined with a desire to end the marriage on her own terms. The life insurance payout combined with the removal of Eric from the household and any associated financial or personal obligations provided the incentive. The method was the deliberate introduction of fentanyl, a substance she had acquired, staged to appear as an accidental overdose. The body cam footage, the toxicology, the digital records, and the inconsistencies in her statements formed the core of the prosecution's case. The jury convicted her of murder after viewing the body cam footage and the full body of evidence. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The couple's 3 children provided impact statements supporting the maximum sentence and expressing their wish that she remains incarcerated. But I'm one of these, like I said, I'm one of these people that in terms of like premeditated murder, you know, with this whole kind of like deception plot and all this kind of shit, that should be to the gallows, man. We need to make the death penalty great again. Because in terms of like a deterrent away from this type of behavior, You know? One of those things. All my friends that died from OD started on pain pills after breaking bones, etc. Down, man, it's tragedy. Tragedy, and like from the medical side, you're kind of looking at it, kind of going, okay, what are we going to do? You know? Got to get stricter on the medical companies. We got to get away with this shit of, oh, let's, you know, let them advertise. So we can't even talk about the side effects, you know? When a boyfriend died on the bus to Bangor as he did drugs and died on the bus. You know? Let's shut her down again. Hey. Don't be making me sweat, Rex. Don't be making me sweat, you know what I'm saying? Welcome in, Iwan. Pull up a chair, get comfy. He was supposed to be clean, but his brother posted him drugs and post. Man. You know? MDPGA. Make death penalty great again, babies. You know? Even if you don't know CPR, just push on their chest every few seconds, hard enough to break their ribs. But like, she was on the phone, Lauren. And like, they're going to tell you exactly what to do. You know? But you could even tell from like the initial like 911 call that she wasn't shocked or panicked when you should be shocked or panicked. You wake up and you're the person you're married to is like not responding in the bed or whatever. You'd be like, what the fuck is going on? You know? But she was just upset. She was sad. You know? She wasn't shocked. You know? Have a good one, Jariah. Additional public records from the trial and sentencing proceedings document presentation of the body cam footage as a key exhibit, the expert testimony on the fentanyl levels and the unlikelihood of accidental ingestion at those concentrations without external introduction, and the financial evidence linking the wife to both the acquisition of the substance and the insurance policies. No credible alternative explanation consistent with all the physical, digital, and recorded evidence was accepted by the jury. Case remains a clear example of how body cam footage from the initial response, when combined with forensic toxicology and digital records, can reveal inconsistencies in statements and establish intent in what initially appeared to be medical emergency. This concludes this full account. Every fact has been drawn from the court documents, police records, and preserved body cam footage, the autopsy and toxicology findings, the digital evidence, witness statements, and official coverage of the trial and sentencing. Unfortunately, we weren't able to go through all that because YouTube is a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us go on a grift break and let me pull up the next case. Like I said, there shouldn't be, I have to do the preface of there shouldn't be any more YouTube fuckery abounds and all this kind of shit. But now it's the perfect time. If you got any spare coins, get the donations going. If not, no worries. Take this time, go to the bathroom, drain the bladder, as they say, stretch the legs, refill the drinks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back. Enjoy the music.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a-bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality. Me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind. No bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terrier. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me souls as me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's tile and old twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah.
Nothing in green, got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs, but the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me beer, drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's half late, be grift 6 my. with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a countrified god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold? Make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. And now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold? Make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kinpee, fill me full.
And we're back, folks. We're back. I know what you're I know what you're thinking, Lauren. It's supposed to be fill my pot, but because the AI went to kind of increase the length of the word, it goes poot rather than pot. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't say fill me poo. Okay, like that. That's a past critique that the boys and people say. You know what I'm saying? We got Shazzy coming in with the massive £20 saying glass breaker. Appreciate you, Candy Shazzy. Let me give you the shred and clear for that one. Ladies and gentlemen, are we having fun yet? Massive shout out to you, Shazzy. Thank you very kindly. Because again, like I said, what's the exchange rate actually? Was a Great British pound to, let's do AUD. You forget, like £1 is worth like $2 Australian. You know what I mean? Like that's the strength of the pound. Let's do American dollar. Right, where's American? Oh, we have to do USD, don't I? Down the bottom. That's crazy. United States dollar, it's 130. What's it in the euro? Where are we at? A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, euro 117. I think that's kind of in around the same to euro to USD, but pound is strong. Pound is strong, baby. I always thought it said pot of gold. Now all I'm gonna hear is poo of gold. Yeah, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, K-Dog. It is what it is. But like I said, let us get on to the next case. Let me put you into the Cobb County, Georgia, during the third week of November 2021. Imagine a quiet suburban neighborhood on the north. A lot of these suburban neighborhoods are coming up. I'm just saying. On the northern edge of the Atlanta metro area near the town of Ackworth. The streets are wide and tree-lined with single-family homes set on modest lots. Many of the houses were built in the last 20 years, and the area still has that settled but not crowded feel. Autumn has arrived fully by mid-November. The daytime temperatures hover in the low 60s, but after the sunset, the air drops quickly into the 40s. A light breeze moves the dry leaves across driveways and sidewalks. Most families are indoors by 8 or 9 in the evening. Porch lights come on, curtains close, and the neighborhood settles into its nighttime quiet. Street lights are spaced at intervals that leave pockets of deeper shadow between them. It is the kind of place where residents feel they know the rhythm of their street, where a new family moving in is noticed but not intruded upon, and where the assumption is that locked doors and familiar surroundings provide safety. Into one of these homes, a young couple had moved just 73 days earlier. They had chosen the property because it felt right for the next stage of their life together. The house was their fresh start, a place where they planned to raise their small child and create the daily routines that turn a structure into a home. On an ordinary Wednesday evening in mid-November, the lights would have been on in the kitchen and living areas for a while, then dimmed as bedtime approached for the 2-year-old. Outside, the backyard was dark except for whatever faint glow came from the neighboring windows or the moon. The air carried the clean, slightly sharp scent of fallen leaves and distant chimney smoke. Everything appeared ordinary and secure. By the following morning, that sense of ordinary security had been replaced by something far darker. The first officers to arrive found a house that was still locked from the inside, yet clearly violated. A window at the rear had been broken to gain entry. 2 adults lay deceased from multiple gunshot wounds. Their 2-year-old son was discovered alive but alone, his clothing stained with his parents' blood. He had spent the long hours of the night in the same rooms with them, unable to summon help or understand why everything had gone silent. The neighborhood that had gone to sleep in its usual quiet now hosted crime scene tape, idling patrol cars, and investigators moving methodically through the house and yard, documenting every detail before anything could be disturbed further. This is the starting point for the work we will do together tonight. Over the next sections, we will walk through the investigation exactly as it developed, examining the physical evidence left at the scene, the digital records that were recovered, the video that captured movements around the property, the firearm that was eventually linked to the shots fired, and the statements recorded during the interviews. We will reconstruct the timeline, night by night and day by day, noting how each new piece of information either supported or challenged the picture that was forming. We will consider the questions investigators had to answer at every stage and the alternative explanations that were tested and set aside. By the time we finish, you will have seen the case built from the first broken window to the final resolution in court, using only the footage, records, and evidence that exist in the public domain. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. The investigation began in the early morning hours after the bodies were discovered. Officers responding to a welfare check found the front and side doors locked from the inside. The only obvious point of forced entry was a broken window at the rear of the house. Glass fragments lay both inside and outside the frame, indicating the break had been made from the exterior. Investigators noted that the window was large enough for an adult to climb through, but not so large that it would have been an obvious target from the street. Backyard offered some cover from neighboring properties and the street, suggesting the person who entered had chosen a route that minimized visibility from public areas. Inside the house, the scene was processed systematically. The two deceased adults were found in positions consistent with having been shot while in or near their bedroom area. Multiple gunshot wounds were documented on both bodies. At least 5 shots had been fired in total. 3 shell casings were recovered in the immediate vicinity of the bodies and collected for later examination. 2 additional casings were not located at the stage, creating an early gap in the physical evidence that would require later explanation. The absence of any signs of ransacking was immediately apparent. Drawers and cabinets remained closed. Personal items such as wallets, phones, and electronics were still in their usual places. No jewelry or cash appeared to have been taken. This detail quickly shifted the working theory away from a typical burglary interrupted by the homeowners and toward a more targeted act of violence. The surviving child, approximately 2 years old, was found in the same area as the adults. His pajamas were stained with blood, yet he had sustained no gunshot injuries. He was unable to provide any verbal account of what had occurred, obviously because he's 2 years of age, but medical personnel on the scene confirmed he was physically stable but clearly in need of immediate removal from the environment. The fact that he had remained in the house for many hours after the shooting, unable to feed himself, change his own clothing, or leave the immediate area, became a significant factor in later charges and in the overall assessment of the perpetrator's actions after the violence. Detectives secured the entire property and began a detailed canvass of the neighborhood. Neighbors were asked about any unusual sounds, vehicles, or activity during the evening of November 17th and the early morning of November 18th. Most reported hearing nothing distinctive. Gunshots inside a closed house can be difficult to distinguish from other noises, especially in a neighborhood where occasional loud sounds from traffic or distant construction are not uncommon. The lack of immediate reports of gunfire meant investigators had to rely more heavily on physical evidence and later obtained video to establish the timing of events. Digital records became one of the first major avenues of inquiry. Warrants were obtained for cell phone data belonging to the victims. The records showed normal activity throughout the day of November 17th, including routine communications and location data placing both adults at the residence in the evening. Activity ceased at a time consistent with the medical examiner's preliminary estimate of when the fatal shots were fired. No outgoing calls or text messages indicating distress were found after that point, supporting the conclusion that the attack had been sudden and the victims had no opportunity to summon help. Surveillance footage from homes in the immediate area and along the routes leading into the neighborhood was collected and reviewed. Multiple cameras captured a vehicle entering the neighborhood during the evening hours of September 17th. Timestamp clips showed the same vehicle later departing and then returning. Enhanced views documented a person exiting the vehicle, moving on foot through yards and along the rear of properties, and approaching the specific house where the victims lived. The movements appeared deliberate. The person avoided the most brightly lit areas, used the cover of fences and landscaping, and spent time near the rear of the target residence before eventually returning to the vehicle and leaving the area. Additional camera angles from neighboring properties helped confirm the sequence and approximate duration of the person's time on foot. This footage established both opportunity and a pattern of behavior consistent with someone who had scouted or approached the property under the cover of darkness. Parallel to the video work, investigators examined digital devices associated with a person of interest who lived in the same general area. Browser history recovered from those devices showed a cluster of searches conducted in the weeks immediately before the November 17th. The topics included the appearance and behavior of blood at crime scenes, ballistic calculators for long-range shooting, physical sensations and effects of being struck by a high-powered rifle round, and visual representations of head wounds as decapitated in films. These searches demonstrated a focused interest in the mechanics and the aftermath of gunshot trauma. While curiosity about such topics can exist for many reasons, the timing and specificity of the queries occurring after a prior incident at the same address added weight to the investigative picture. Ballistics examination provided a direct physical connection between a specific firearm and the casings recovered at the scene. The 3 shell casings collected inside the house were compared microscopically to test fires from a ZEF OZ 9mm pistol that was later obtained. Firing pin impressions, breech marks, and other tool marks matched conclusively. This established that the same firearm had been used to fire the rounds that killed the victims. The pistol itself had not been left at the scene, so its recovery through other channels became a key development. Once in possession of the weapon, investigators could confirm not only the match but also the chain of custody and ownership history leading back to the person of interest. The 2 missing shell casings remained a point of discussion throughout the investigation. Several possibilities were considered: that the casings had landed in areas that were not fully searched in the initial processing, that they had been removed intentionally after the shooting, or that they had been displaced by activity inside the house in the hours that followed. The defense in later proceedings would suggest that the young child might have picked up the casings and moved or disposed of them. Investigators noted that the limited mobility and developmental stage of the toddler made that explanation improbable, but the gap required explicit acknowledgement when reconstructing the sequence of events for court. Recorded interviews conducted after the person of interest was taken into custody for a separate incident provided statements that were later compared against the other evidence. In those sessions, the individual described periods of blackout or disorientation and expressed uncertainty about his precise location or actions on the night of November 17th. He suggested he may have believed he was at his own residence. These claims were weighed against the surveillance footage that placed him at the specific address against the ballistics match that tied his firearm to the shots inside the house. The contrast between the reported lack of awareness and the deliberate movements captured on video became an important element in evaluating the overall account. The prior incident at the same residence several months earlier was examined for any connection to the November 17th attack. That earlier event had involved forced entry and the leaving of explicit materials. While no direct evidentiary link was established between the 2 events, the shared address and the fact that the same property had drawn attention before raised the possibility that the home itself had become a point of focus. Investigators explored whether the targeting of November 17th could have been influenced by knowledge or a fixation on that address, even if the exact motivation remained unclear. This line of inquiry added context without producing a single, neatly packaged explanation for why that particular house was chosen. Throughout the months that followed, every piece of evidence was cross-referenced and tested against alternative scenarios. The possibility that the attack had been a random home invasion by an unknown outsider was considered but found inconsistent with the surveillance footage placing a specific person in the area and with the ballistics match to a firearm connected to the same individual. The theory that the violence had been a robbery gone wrong was undermined by the complete absence of any ransacking or theft. The notion that the perpetrator might not have known a child was present was difficult to reconcile with the time spent inside the home and that the layout that would have made the child's presence discoverable. Each alternative was measured against the accumulating record until the evidence converged on a single coherent explanation: that one individual had deliberately entered the home through the rear window, used a personally owned firearm to shoot 2 adults, and then departed, leaving the child behind without summoning help. The years between the crime and the eventual trial included extensive legal proceedings focused on the competency of the accused to stand trial. Forensic psychological evaluations explored mental health history and current functioning. The court ultimately determined that while documented challenges existed, they did not prevent the individual from understanding the nature of the proceedings or assisting in his own defense. This finding allowed the case to proceed to a bench trial after the accused waived the right to a jury. The bench trial format meant that a single judge would hear all testimony, review all exhibits, and render verdicts on each account based on the evidence presented. During the trial, the same categories of evidence that had guided the investigation were presented in detail. Body cam recordings from the first officers on scene were played, showing the conditions of the house and the child exactly as responders encountered them. Interrogation videos were introduced, allowing direct review of statements made after the separate arrest. Surveillance footage was shown in chronological sequence, demonstrating the vehicle's movements and the person's approach to the property. Ballistics experts testified to the conclusive matches between the recovered casings and the test fires from the seized pistol. Digital forensic analysis explained the search history and its implications. Each category of evidence was subjected to cross-examination, with questions raised about the completeness of the physical recovery, the interpretation of digital records, and the possibility of alternative explanations for gaps such as the missing casings. One sec. The prosecution presented the evidence as a web of independent lines of proof. No single item established guilt in isolation, but the combination of presence at the scene through video, means through the firearm match, mindset through the search history, and opportunity through the timeline created a picture that became increasingly difficult to explain through any other lens. The absence of a clear financial, romantic, or personal grievance between the victims and the person of interest meant that motive remained partially obscured, yet the factual record of what occurred inside the house on November 17th was sufficiently complete to support findings on each element of the charged offences. After all testimony and exhibits had been presented and considered, the judge rendered verdicts on every count. Findings reflected the determination that the evidence established the elements of each offence beyond a reasonable doubt. Additional proceedings addressed sentencing, during which the victim impact statements described profound and lasting effects on the surviving family members, including the child who would grow up without his parents. The court imposed sentences that reflect the gravity of the offence and the additional harm caused by leaving the child unsupervised for an extended period. Throughout the entire process, the investigation remained grounded in physical and digital evidence rather than in any single theory of motive. The broken window, the locked doors, the pattern of gunshot wounds, the recovered casings, and their match to a specific firearm, the surveillance placing a person at the property, the digital searches showing interest in gunshot trauma, and the statements recorded in interviews all contributed to a reconstruction that could be tested and verified at each step. Alternative explanations were considered and set aside when they could not account for the full record. The result was a case built methodically from the first moments after discovery to the final resolution in court, using only the footage, records, and evidence that exist in the public domain. So this is kind of like a weird one, where we don't really know why this dude done this. But like this whole thing of like we kind of heard like his whole aspect where, I just turned around and I like self-defense or something along those lines. Like that ain't going to hold up the court. You know what I mean? Like, I must have had like some sort of, I was like, sleepwalking or something like that. That ain't going to work here, but that's what seems like the defense is going to be. Where it's like, I was like sleepwalking or some crazy shit like that, and then, I thought I was in my house and that's why I done it. That ain't going to plan up, because previous to this, he was kind of like amping himself up to this, That's the town next to me. Hey, mama. Sounds like a nice place. Oh, wait, I have a feeling this story has a bad ending. Oh, man, please tell me it wasn't the kid. Oh, never mind, poor kid. Yeah, it's a tragic story, though, It's like both the kids' parents are gone, And what was kind of like noted there in the outline as well is that like clearly the dude would have realized the kid was there, but the dude didn't shoot the kid. Which again, in terms of like awareness, like this dude was clearly aware, The only thing I heard was shots in bedroom. I'm sure that's what happens. Yeah, 100%. My dad will ask the same question in 50 different ways until one of us is yelling. Luckily, never about children. True that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the interrogation footage.
Let's go back inside the courtroom for a look at Lance's interview with Cobb County Police.
Second standard. You got some water? Need anything else? You good? Some crackers? Oh, sorry about that. Getting dehydrated. Even dehydrated, you said? Sorry, you need anything else? I need something else to drink? Okay. I'm second standard. Man, I really appreciate you talking through this. Actually, you might have seen something near at the house last night. We're working, I don't know if you heard about it. Working on the murder that happened up in Ackworth. I understand you were there last night. You might have seen something. Man, I'll be honest with you, that's an answer to prayer because we've been trying to rack our brains trying to figure out what happened. Before I left this morning, my 6-year-old prayed with me like, "Oh, Daddy, I hope you can solve this case." Yeah, you and me too. Man, like I said, I understand you may have some information out.
All right, and that's the end of that portion of disc 2, video 2. So it will now resume with disc 2, video 3.
I mean, quite frankly, I was intending to be able to leave soon and be able to call my lawyer and talk to him about maybe setting up a witness testimony or whatever. Okay, well that's good. Yeah, I was just saying I gave my side of the first story to officers. Okay. Well, like I said, we're here to talk about what happened in Ackworth. If you want to talk to us about that now? I'll just say, I mean, all I saw was their lights were on, and those were the lights that were always on. I think my brother was being harassed by the old neighbors. And it's just not something I really want to go into because it like caused a lot of issues for him. Okay, well, we don't have to talk about, I don't know what's going on with your brother. We don't have to talk about that. Part of what we're trying to figure out is narrowing down the time frame. Like, we know it's happened sometime between, the night before and that morning when they were found, but we got this really huge window. So, do you remember about what time you saw the lights on? It would have been, so I left Athens at around 9 p.m.? Yeah. Okay. So I got home probably at 10:30-ish, right? And then I slept in the car for about 10 minutes. Then I went to the backyard, smoked a cigarette, saw their light on. Okay. Tried to go in my back door because I was about to go sleep at home. And it was locked, so I went around the front and I just didn't go in. And then I just left because I was starting to get really tired. And okay. So you think that was about 9 to about 11:30 when I got back to Athens, I believe. Okay, so but you think was maybe 9 to 12 was your trip from Athens to home? My trip from Athens to home was back. Okay. So you saw the light on, you said hour and a half, so 10:45-ish? Roughly. Okay. Did you see any kind of movement? I would say maybe the lights moved and it freaked me out so kind of bad. Okay. What do you mean, like you saw somebody walk by the light or like? I mean, maybe it just flickered a little bit and I noticed it out of the corner of my eye because I don't like to really focus on their house. For family reasons. For family reasons? Yeah, they caused a lot of issues with my brother. And it's just not something I thought I have to involve me. I'm sorry to hear that. Did you hear anything while you were out there? No, that's the weirdest part. I was talking to my mom and she said she didn't hear anything either. I didn't hear anything while I was there either, so I just don't know what to think. What's your mom's name? I mean, respectfully to her. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. It's just Teresa. We're just going to talk to everybody. You said it's Teresa. We're going to try to talk to everybody in the neighborhood. Like I said, I mean, it's a pretty sad case. I mean, I understand the Sand Springs guy said you're a religious guy. Well, I mean, I don't like to think of religion as like my main focus. I like to use it to like empower myself. Okay. In a spiritual way. Okay.
So, initial things and what I've heard so far. Dude seems like he's got like a proverbial chip on his shoulder for some fucking reason. You know what I mean? what's the thing they call it? Like this whole thing where it's like he's kind of like egotistical, in a way where, you know, like the slightest, the smallest slight, like would set him off. You know, it's like, oh, how dare you disrespect me, like all this kind of shit. It seems initially that like he knows the family, or the family had some beef with the brother, or there was some dispute with the brother, or whatever. But it seems like he's playing a kind of thing. I was like, oh, I was just outside. You know what I mean? And things like that. But even when you just like look at his demeanor in the court on the right hand side here, he's kind of just like one of those dudes that he just has a grudge with the whole world, so to speak. You know? And this is a thing where oftentimes you have a certain expectation, particularly when you're younger, you know, where it's like it should be this way, because it's not this way, you know, I'm now angry with the world and all this kind of shit. Rather than realizing that life's a marathon, not a sprint. You know what I mean? Just because you're not, you know, top of the world when you're 18, that's done for a reason, so to speak. Now, on the flip side as well, we can point to like the founding fathers and all this stuff. Like they were in their early 20s. You know, look what they were able to do. But however, does not seem like a happy kind of a person, to say the least. But let's continue.
Be able to apologize for my like personality flaws, you know, I think just should address something. We've all got those. I do too. Yeah, I mean, for us, this is not, you know, most of the cases we work, it's a drug deal gone bad or some kind of gang beef or something like that. And this, I mean, this is bad. It's just a young couple. I mean, they got baptized recently. They found out recently she's pregnant. They hadn't even told their family yet that they're expecting. They were planning a reveal party in a couple weeks. They just took all the pictures and were setting up for the reveal party to tell everybody she's pregnant. Well, the 2-year-old son was found in his dad's lap, covered in blood, like he had put toys on his parents. The son had? Yeah, the son woke up, came downstairs, and was laying in his dad's lap, covered in his dad's blood, put toys. That's shocking. It's a pretty messed up situation. Really, that's quite unbelievable. I mean, like I said, I mean, like, besides, like, the lighting, like, rain, and then, like, maybe them moving in between the slats of the windows, or just their lights being on, that's really all that I saw. I think that was about 10:45. Mm-hmm. What time did you leave to go back to that? It would have been probably 11:15-ish, maybe. Okay.
Continuing to listen to that interview with police there. Still with us, criminal defense attorney Phil Harvey. Phil, let's talk about this interview that Lance is doing. He's just talking about seeing the lights flickering, and he's appearing really surprised about the fact that there was a little 2-year-old inside that home.
That's right, Kelly. He did. He put his hands to his mouth when the detective started telling Mr. Lance about the 2-year-old being found in the home, having put toys on his deceased parents. And Lance is talking about seeing lights flicker, and he is sharing information about supposedly where he had come from and where he was going, when he was there and when he left. And I think we're starting to see now why the defense would like to keep this video out, if possible, because if the intent here is to present an insanity defense, which in Georgia can take 2 forms, either not appreciating the wrongfulness of the conduct, or suffering a delusion that compelled you to act. And if those are the choices the defense has to choose from in presenting an insanity defense, an intentionally evasive statement to police is going to undermine that.
Yeah, probably. And I didn't even realize that she was expecting another child. So just a tragic situation. We're going to take a break, Phil. Phil Harvey, thank you as always. More of the murder trial for Matthew Lance when we come back. And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Kraft. Thank you for being with us today. Testimony is underway, including in 20 killed the RC wife, Amber.
Suspicious cars, anybody in the neighborhood didn't belong.
No, it was pretty dead. Or like there wasn't really any cars though. And, by the time I left, I hadn't heard anything like behind me yet, or anything. I was trying to point. So,
Is that neighborhood pretty? I mean, that seems, we don't live there, but it seems like a really quiet neighborhood.
yeah, it's probably the last place I ever. I wouldn't say the last, but it's historically there's been like carjacked or car robbings stuff, but like not even anything that you expect to have.
Just like cars get broken into overnight, or
Yeah, just like nighttime stuff. I mean, there's been casing of houses in the neighborhood before.
or anything kind of violent, or just like
No, I wouldn't say violent. I would just say, historically there's been maybe some soliciting or regular mischief type stealing or
right.
It's really
I mean, so for us, like I said, we're just trying to figure out and get justice for his dad is actually a pastor. And I was in ministry before I chose to do this job too. And a lot of times, like things you don't think that would matter, like small details that you don't think matter, actually they make a big deal about us. So
Like, this is a key move from the detective where it's like you just want to kind of keep him talking. You know what I mean? Let him say all this kind of shit because eventually they do fuck up. And we've kind of like seen that kind of tactic before where it's like they might seem kind of tame in the beginning, but they gradually turn up the heat, so to speak. Lauren says, my dad always says never check the garbage can when he talks about lawn maintenance. He can fit two bodies in one can. He can't fit two bodies in one can. Hey, like I said, man, it's one of those things where, like I was kind of describing in terms of the intro part, it can be a quiet suburban neighborhood. Doesn't mean, this violent shit ain't gonna happen, But like I said, like the whole thing of like, oh yeah, like there's like I've heard that like people are scoping places out and all this kind of shit. That's basically them kind of giving you or leading you kind of like down the trail of trying to get inside the mentality of this essentially psycho, But we kind of seen this as well a few episodes back where it was like the main massacre. And like that dude, the only reason why he killed those dudes was just to see if he could actually be a killer. You know what I mean? It was kind of weird, not gonna lie.
sorry. No, go ahead. No, you don't know. I just say there's anything you can think of, even if you think like, hey, this is insignificant, it may not be a big deal. It might be a big deal to us. Like something you might say a little something that matters to us. Somebody else say something else, and we can put that together. So if there's anything you can remember, even if you think it's insignificant, it can be helpful.
I don't know, I suppose that energy just might have felt off and it was making me want to go home. I don't know, it's so weird. It's like a weird coincidence too.
But maybe the energy was off.
But I'm just like, that was the point where I was getting tired for no reason. I was like, dang, I should just drive back to Athens, sleep there.
That's a long drive.
I know. But I did it anyway. I had class the next day. But I was just going to stay the weekend there.
What made you decide to go home that night?
I just wanted a good show with the family. With them.
Did they know you were coming?
I called my dad. He knew I was on the way.
But I should have called my folks. Your dad didn't leave. You said you shut the door and the door was locked. Yeah. He didn't leave the door open for you, or did you? No, the door. I have a key, but I just didn't use it on the front door. But it's literally all that I can help with. That it's kind of like stop with that, right? You said you had to use the back door. I tried to unlock the back door when I thought the key doesn't work in it. Did you do anything else about the back door before you went inside the house? No, I just smoked a cigarette. I was kind of gazing around and saw the lights on. Did you smoke that cigarette like as soon as you got back to the house?
So he's trying to act like this house, he thought this house was his parents' house. And that when he broke into the house, he thought that the two parents were intruders. That's going to be his defense.
No, it was like kind of like 15 or 20 minutes. I was going far, like, kind of like doing for a little bit. I gotcha. How long do you think you're out the back there smoking a cigarette? I don't smoke, so I don't know. It's kind of been more. 5 minutes. And then 5 minutes is a long time for a cigarette. Do you ever go inside your house? You never went inside the house? Did you have further conversation with your mom or your dad? Yeah, we talked to. I let her know that I didn't do anything, I didn't murder anybody. Talking about when you got to the house and you let them know, hey, I'm at the house? No, not when it was late. She was probably already bed, same thing. So you show up, sit in your house, sit in the car for like 15 minutes, go to the back, smoke a cigarette, and then drive all the way back to the house. Why did your mom?
And like I said, what I think the actual motive is here is like one of those fucking Maine massacre in Maine type dudes that like they read a certain philosophy and it just fucks with their head and they're like, I'm going to be a killer and all this kind of shit, and they basically just like glorify becoming a killer or a Ted Bundy or some shit like that, and they think that like, oh, I'm going to become a serial killer because this whole thing of like, oh, I'll get infamy, I'll be written about in the newspapers and all this kind of shit. That's what I think the actual thing is here. This whole cover story where he thought it was his parents' house and all this kind of shit is bullshit.
Ask you about what happened at the house behind you. I don't know. She kind of just showed up like out of nowhere at my apartment, and I was like, why is somebody like trying to beat my door? Am I gonna die or something? Yeah. Yeah. And you know, I have pistols. Oh, and she weirded out by that. I like had it out of the holster. I thought I was getting broken into her. She like freaked out about guns or something. They're not the biggest gun fans. Like I just really responsible. Yes, we. Yeah. You know, she can respect that. You know, they keep say the rest of us. Did you have a gun with you in Athens or something? No, I didn't take the gun with. Oh, okay. It remained in my room in my apartment. In your apartment? Yeah. Oh, okay. I know you said you pulled out your gun when your mom was banging on the door, so I didn't know if you had your gun was going to happen, or you're talking about some other. Yeah, no, it was just oh, okay. Is it in Athens now, or is it just? No, it's with my parents, actually. Oh, okay. So you had to bring it back? No, they just took it. And then your mom took it? Yeah. From you in Athens? Did you take your gun? No, okay. So the magazines are in my drawer, and she has the gun. Because like that. Did she take it from you in Athens? It was actually my dad suggested you keep it. Okay. It was your dad there with your mom? Yeah. I forgot it. So they both showed up. Yeah, they showed up way later though. That's it. And then they snatched your gun up? Yes. But they said they would give it back fairly soon. Why did they smash the gun? They just thought they give the gun? Or? Yeah, it's something like that, especially since I just turned 21. Did you own that? Yeah, that's at 12. So I was like, just let me do a response to you. That is, it's a weird thing with them, like culturally, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. They haven't been historically gun fans. No, they're not. But yeah, I mean, my brother played Detroit Pirates. They did. And we're all pro Second Amendment here. We look against too. So that I say this is Georgia. Yeah, listen. You ever get like tutorials, start shooting, and 12 nation or just like traditional, like over under and 70 ski shooting. You know, what is it where it goes out to trap shooting? Yeah, trap shooting. To it on. Yeah. Gosh, let's see. Yeah, I enjoy training with self-defense skills. And of course, you know, our job, when we look at victims of this kind of thing, try to kind of dig into their life, figure out as much as we can. I mean, my mom was saying their relationship was allegedly cryptic, but I don't know what that means. I just don't want to presume on anything. I mean, I was like, they're cryptic. You know, cryptic as in like they were very nearly related or very nearly together or something. I'm not sure. Oh, now, I know you said that the house behind you where they lived, and I didn't want to get into it with your brother and what happened there. Did you think the people that lived there before something could happen with somebody else outside your brother, like they might harass them?
You would think, Lauren. You would think. You know? But it is what it is, man. There are psychopaths. Like, evil does exist. You know? But again, like this whole thing of like mistaken house and all this kind of shit, there's a contradiction because he's talking about like his family, like knowing those people or they were new related. Like he has information on the victims, you know. So I'd peg this as this is like one of those Maine and massacre type individuals, you know.
Someone else other than your brother, or had issues with someone else? The new people? No, the old people. Oh, the old people? I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe. I had seen the people that lived there before being a little suspect with the lights for no reason. So, any suspect with the lights? Yeah, what does that mean? I don't know. They were just like flicking on randomly with shining lighters in the window and shit. So the people who lived there before were kind of so doing some shady stuff. It must have been. I don't know. It was so like all.
And this is what I'm saying about like that whole kind of like ego complex where it's like, you know, oh, these people were flickering lights. You know, that's shady behavior. Like, fuck. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people think, oh, like this is paranoia and all this kind of shit. Nah, it's like this kind of forget what the terminology is for it, but it's like the proverbial chip on the shoulder. You know, their life's not going well, so they're going to look for sorry. They're going to look for anything to complain about on someone else. You know? Telling you, man. Evil exists.
You think they did like criminal stuff too? I wouldn't know. That's funny. I know that stuff was with your brother. You don't have to. You don't have to talk about your brother. I'm just trying to get an idea of the people that used to live there. Like what kind of? Because who knows? Maybe somebody went to that house thinking they still lived there. You know, maybe they made someone else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The people must have moved in pretty fast after they moved out. You know, the old people moved out. Yeah, it was a couple months ago. We really moved out. And I just tried not to think about it because it was so weird. Yeah.
We do have to squeeze in a break, but before we do, we are following new developments in the death investigation of the
Convicted of key argument charged on OV.
Your neighbor's house.
Never. Those were the parents of
oh, wait. My bad.
You heard about what happened to you at your neighbor's house. Was there any suspicion that Matthew may have been involved?
No, I would never. I mean, we've never even met the new people. Never even met them. And Matthew knew that the other people moved out long ago. It never occurred to me that he had anything to do with this.
Those were the parents of defendant Matthew Lance, who is standing trial for murder In Georgia, Lance is facing a bench trial, meaning a judge is going to be deciding his fate. Prosecutors believe he killed a couple in their dream home and left behind a two-year-old son, who was found alive and unharmed, thankfully. Lance maintains his innocence, claiming to be the victim of a government conspiracy. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We have been seeing the defendant's second interview with police.
And again, that kind of like layers on top of what I'm talking about. Like this, like, I think it's called like Lil Man, like Small Man Ego or something like that. It's like even like his excuse there where it's like, this is a government conspiracy, bro. It's like this victim mentality that like their life is not going as they expected. Like they have this false expectation in terms of their life or how life should be. And they're not in the position they think they should be in. So now they're going to take out their pain and misery on someone else that's actually doing something with their life. You know what I mean? Like this whole like perpetual victim culture that we see, you know? Laura looks stressed. I would be too, Lauren. I would be too. You know? I'd be sitting there and going, ain't no fucking way we're going to win this one. You know what I mean? And I wish like a lot more lawyers would just like take one for the team. In a sense of like, let justice be fulfilled. Like this is why like people say never talk to the cops. Like I understand there's bad cops out there and all that kind of shit, but like we either stand for justice as a society or we don't. And if you don't stand for justice, then you're just as bad as like the defund the police or abolish the police crowd. You know what I mean? Is there corruption? Of course. But the solution to corruption is not to tear down the whole system. The solution to corruption is fix the corruption, cleanse the corruption, and move forward, you know? It is what it is.
Do you think that, you know, if they would have done all this mean stuff to your brother, you think they would have done this like anybody else in the neighborhood or somebody?
No, it was like that. It was just so weird, especially with that.
Especially with your brother. Yeah. So you think they would have any other
Reason?
Yeah,
We never really talked to them. They were kind of quiet.
Tell me more about like you said they would like flicker lights and stuff, and that was that, you know, so
I don't know, like if we were in the backyard like at night just sitting there, it was not just like consider trying to get our attention in some way, but like or they would just turn on for no reason and leave the room, leave the light on, whatever time.
Like, I don't know if you guys like noticed this, but particularly kind of like a lot of modern media, it uses, what would be the best way to describe this? It uses like a lot of like flashing imagery or sudden kind of like bright lights on, this kind of stuff to keep you more engaged in the show. All right. And you wouldn't really notice this unless you were to, let's say, watch an old show like, you know, Columbo or like I mentioned, like Sherlock Holmes, like the Jeremy Brett Sherlock Holmes from like Granada, you know, like stuff back in like the 80s, for example. Like they'd use a lot of like soft transition between scenes, different things like that. Whereas a lot of modern day media and shows, it's all sudden thing, and that's where you get like that flickering effect. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing that they mentioned, it's like, oh, they're turning off lights in the rooms and all this kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, like if you're watching TV in the sitting room, you walk in the kitchen, you turn on the lights, you go get your snack or whatever, you go walk back out, you flick it back off. You know what I mean? So already this whole like fixation on something so minor and trivial, you know? Shazzy says, I'm listening, was sick there. Sorry to hear, Shazzy. No worries, like I said, focus on recovery. You know what I mean? Whatever you got to do to get better, you got to do it, you know? Rest, relaxation, treat yourself, as they say, you know? better for people to talk to police when the police decide when to enforce the law. I mean, like, that's the thing as well. And like it was mentioned with Shante earlier, like I'm not one that's like never get a lawyer, you know? But like you can get a lawyer but still want to talk to them. Because at the end of the day, like I was saying, like as a society, do we want justice or do we not want justice? And this is the whole like lefty thing, no justice, no peace. Like that whole kind of like slogan. But you cannot have forgiveness without justice. Because otherwise it's like, what's the difference then between forgiveness and forgetting? There would be no difference. Forgiveness can only happen after justice, you know? Can you forgive someone if they don't apologize? You know?
Stuff like that. When that light was shining into y'all's house. No, but just like you can see it from our backyard. Yeah. Pretty bright. Could you see it like when you're inside your house or something? Yeah, you can see it from. Do the new people do that kind of stuff too? No, I don't see anything like that. So then it happens in the school. I just recall you saying that like you caught something out of the corner of your eye when you're out there smoking a cigarette. Yeah, it might have just flickered, like, maybe they went for free or. Yeah, you don't think they were trying to like mess with the show either? Even if they were, I was about to mess with it anyway. That caused issues. Your mom never had any issues with them flickering on the lights? Just no, she didn't seem to believe it, but. Didn't seem to believe what? About the lights flickering? About them harassing. She was just like, I don't believe it. Why should not believe you about stuff like that? Well, I told her he was probably right about them harassing him. Because, I had seen it. I guess the intention to train. I mean, obviously, you believe it. You believe they were harassing him, right? Yeah, because he told me, he was like, they're getting so weird to me, like. Why would you lie about them? Yeah. So your mom did believe you. And these people weren't harassing you, or they were harassing your mom? No, I don't believe so. They seem to have been very humane and quiet. So it's all that old that up there. Yeah, you know what happened to them? Where they went? They must have just moved somewhere else. You don't know where? No. About them? Okay. Were they into like Like Buddhist? Yeah, I don't know the whole stuff. Maybe were they into like satanic? Like that's what I'm saying. I don't want to like assume because I don't know. Yeah, did you? Did you have like a suspicion or something about that? I just, I did. They're just too odd. Oh, I know what you're telling me. I'm kind of get Willie's street type thing. Man, did they have like a lot of people at their house doing stuff or something? I don't know. Yeah. I don't see a report for there. Crazy, man. What did it happen? So fun. Yeah, I mean, it's mad world. I mean, so you don't think anybody like George is like considered a pretty safe state too, in my opinion. Do you think that those old residents could have harassed somebody to the point where someone would come over there to kill those people, thinking that they got the wrong, didn't know they moved out? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to assume like that because I never saw them like try and harass people. Well, the thing is, did you grow up in that neighborhood? Yeah, my whole life. Yes, you know the vibe of the neighborhood. You know.
And again, like this whole thing of like, oh, I thought it was like the people that used to live there and all this kind of shit, like wrong house kind of thing. It makes no sense because he knew. That's what we saw from the mother. The mother's like, yeah, like he knew that they moved in. It was like a new thing and all this kind of shit, Unless there's a body, most cases can avoid court, 100%. And like that's why, like, I'm willing to take a lot of shit from people, especially like when they point out, like look how corrupt the police force is in England. You know what I mean? I get that. The aspect of, and even if we just keep it in America and all this kind of stuff. Like you can have a local apartment that's like brimming with corruption, all this kind of stuff. Like think of like LA or San Francisco and all this kind of shit, you know? But are you willing to look into like different counties and say, well, actually no, this one's more aligned with they get shit done, there's zero tolerance and all this kind of shit, you know? Even like with drugs and prostitution. Like how is that handled? You know? And then you have to kind of like ask yourself, okay, key question here is like, do I want clean streets or do I want degeneracy? And if you have the mentality where it's like, well, you know, the cops are just, I'm not saying you do, Lauren. I'm just saying like other things I've heard from other people. They'd say, oh, well, the cops are just another gang. And then you're kind of looking at kind of going, bro, you know, how are you going to see a change then if that's the mentality? And these are people, like, don't get me wrong, Lauren, like this is coming from people who are like, they're Christian, they're right wing and all this kind of shit. And they're still saying this stuff. And I'm like, it makes me wonder, like, how much is this like Marxist slop even infected like people on the right wing? Because like one of their strategies is to keep it like, you know, what would be the like single issue. They'll only keep it single issue. You know? Oh, I'm not talking about politics. I'm just talking about policing. That's all I care about is policing. But you dig a little deeper, and even them themselves, they might not actually be a full-blown Marxist. They might actually be right-wing, but they're anarcho-capitalist, meaning they want to get rid of the state, which is a right-wing way of saying you're a communist. Communist wants to get rid of the state. So do anarcho-capitalists. You know? They attack you at both angles, both sides. You know? We are fighting a spiritual war, ladies and gentlemen. And it's probably one of the greatest wars we will ever fight. The worldview war, as they say, you know?
So, you know, it's all, you know, yeah, well, you know, something's not right there. But, you know, I don't want to claim it's a success type thing. So that's a little out there, but there you go. So, knowing the neighborhood and the kind of people who live in and around that neighborhood, what do you think happened? What do you think happened to that house? Right. I told the other officers, I was like, it probably just got attempted robbed, I don't know. And then maybe they got scared going in, like, and seeing the people, I don't know. And then they just, these people have like fancy stuff, you think, like, honestly, I've never really seen the interior. They had like a both sides or something. Didn't go there. I mean, did you ever like notice like had like fancy stuff at their house, like fancy cars or something that someone might go and that's a good place to rob. You know, it's like
Who didn't like whom? I'm not sure who you mean by her, Lauren. Let me know in chat.
buy that house, you know, like buy that house, all that house. I don't know. Our house is on the corner, so it's kind of like not like able to be robbed as easily as sometimes. And that's just like behind ours. It's more hidden. We're trying to figure that out because we couldn't really see anything like this in the house, so it's like a weird thing. It's a trip and stuff. So I just approached it. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, usually they come for a reason, I suppose. I don't know if
Unless it's just an irrational murder. What would be like I don't even know, just like some like. Yeah, what even is the? Some wacko wanting to break into somebody's house. You got those run around. But, I mean, I've seen solicitors, I'm one of like boxing solicitors with a person that that's possible. Yeah, solicitors over there, bro. I mean, not in a bad way, but you know, they don't have this soliciting stuff, so it's gonna be soliciting in the middle of the night. Right? That's a no, probably not. You're right, solicitors are very aggressive on that. I think they just hope of witnesses. Oh, dude. Where'd you park it? You over there? Oh, not sure. In the driveway? Did you see any cars parked on the street or anything?
Wait, 1 sec. Let me go back. Did he actually blurt that out? I was wondering where the extra voice came from.
Unless it's just an irrational murder. What would be like I don't even know, just like some like. Yeah, what even is the? Some wacko wanting to break into somebody's house. You got those run.
Yeah, he actually said that into the mic in court. Like, is it an irrational murder? And I don't know if he says, yeah, what even is that? Or maybe it is that.
What would be like I don't even know, just like some like. Yeah, what even is the? Some wacko.
No, you see him on the right in like the green thing. He goes down to the mic and he says, like, what even is that? I think he says, what even is that? You know? Boys got demons. Boys got demons.
Wanting to break into somebody's house. You got those run around. But, I mean, I've seen solicitors, I'm one of like boxing solicitors with a person that that's possible. Yeah, solicitors over there, bro. I mean, not in a bad way, but you know, they don't have this soliciting stuff, so it's gonna be soliciting in the middle of the night. Right? That's a no, probably not. You're right, solicitors are very aggressive on that. I think they just hope of witnesses. Oh, dude. Where'd you park it? You over there? Oh, not sure. In the driveway? Did you see any cars parked on the street or anything? The neighbors were across the road. So the neighbors across the road were probably parked in their driveway.
Let me bring in former Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé as we watch this police interview by the defendant in this case. Hi, Philip. Nice to see you. What are you taking away from this police interview?
Oh, it's quite enlightening. I think to the casual observer, it would look like he knows exactly what he's saying. He knows exactly what he's doing. But unfortunately, to the untrained eye, I think this officer is a little sort of naive to the practical realities of many of the schizoaffective and schizophrenia type disorders. It can be quite transient. You can be in and out of delusion, and it can go into remission temporarily until there's some triggering event, such as drug use. You never know. It could be methamphetamine fueled, or it could.
Okay, this dude is a fucking retard. Oh my God, man.
Just be a genetic defect that he was born with. And given his age at the time,
because there's some weird thing that's happening where like people like will go out of their way to say, oh, it was like he must have been a drug user, he must have been schizophrenia, it must have been this, it must have been that, and all this kind of shit. And it's like, because they don't want to accept that it's like, this is where your ego can get you. This is why I keep telling y'all, your ego is your own worst enemy. If you don't keep on track of your ego, this is the type of mentality you develop with. This is like your typical like leftist mentality, chip on the shoulder. The whole world's out to get them. It's all a government conspiracy. They're just trying to bring me down, you know what I mean? Blue. The marijuanas. It was the marijuanas. Always blamed your marijuanas. I think this is ego. This is ego. Dude's life wasn't going the way he expected. And he wanted to take out his fucking anger on everyone. You know? Wait, Sarah Stern. Un momento, por favore. Sarah Stern was a 19-year-old budding artist from Neptune City, New Jersey, who was tragically murdered. Wait, where are you getting Sarah Stern from? I gotta double check the names in this case. Yeah, this is Justin and Amber Hicks. Did I mention that before? Then let me know in chat, Lauren. But yeah, I'm not buying the whole schizo thing. But like a lot of people like to brand it as that and say, oh, it's this, it's that, it's the drugs, it's something else, because they don't want to accept that like this is where your ego can land you. That's what I keep trying to tell you, is like your ego is your own worst enemy. You know?
I believe he was, 25 or 26. That is the classic age of onset for people who are in the salad days of life. He was studying science, I believe, at the University of Georgia. He had everything going for him. He was with a great family. But then something gripped his brain, gripped his mind, and caused him to do this. But because he's coming off so casual and sort of cavalier and nonchalant, it looks like he's trying to hide what, if anything, he did. But truthfully, internally, he is struggling and in conflict because of the delusions that he was suffering. I think he truly believed that the government was trying to set him up. Now, whether or not that was based in an organic delusional system or a drug-induced type system will hinge on how he gets treated. So, for example, if they get him off drugs, let's just pretend he admits to being a chronic drug user, but the disease persists, then you know that it is not drug-based and that it is in fact some type of organic disease, and then you treat it accordingly. But until such time, he could be in theory a dual diagnosis or an untreated schizophrenic, and he was always subject to relapse.
Yeah, Philip, it's just been interesting to watch this, and you use the word struggle. When I'm watching it, you can tell he's like struggling in his brain as to how to respond to these questions. So hard to watch, hard to listen to. Sad case, Philip. Thank you for your excellent insight. Philip is sticking around. We're going to have more of
excellent insight. What are you talking about? Oh my God, man. So what if the government is setting us all up? Ben, you got me, Blue. It's all one big government conspiracy, baby.
Back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft. Thank you for being with us again. We're in Georgia for day 3 of the double murder trial of defendant Matthew Lance. Prosecutors say that Lance shot and killed a couple in their home near Atlanta. This was in November of 2021. Took place during a home invasion. The victims, Justin and Amber Hicks, had recently moved into the home across the street from the defendant's parents. Lance was arrested 2 days later during a burglary in a neighboring county where police say he stabbed an officer responding to that call. Now, Lance says he's the victim of a government conspiracy.
What?
This is a bench trial call in a neighboring county. Lance was arrested 2 days later during a burglary in a neighboring county.
So he was doing a burglary in a neighboring county. I nailed this. I fucking nailed this, bro. This is all ego. This dude wanted to be like a fucking serial killer or whatever. He wanted like the infamy and all this kind of shit. And now he's trying to do the whole like government conspiracy bullshit. All this nonsense. That you see from what's his face? Fuck, I forgot the dude, but the dude in Hollywood that had the cult.
Where police say he stabbed an officer responding to that call. Now, Lance says he's the victim of a government conspiracy. This is a bench trial, meaning a judge, not a jury, is going to be deciding his fate. Let's go back inside the courtroom for more of Lance's interview with Cobb County Police.
Charles Manson, thank you very much, Blue.
When you're smoking your cigarette, where were you at when you're smoking your cigarette?
Just my backyard, like near like if that's our house, and the fence to the other house is here, I was like, here, looking that way. Okay, you know, I wasn't jumped up.
You see into their house from that vantage point?
You can't really see into the house, you can just see into the window that was lit up.
Do you know which window that is? Do you have to describe it?
Yeah, it's just about like the little bedroom house.
Like way high up?
It's just a 7-story window.
Okay. So you can't see like, I don't know, where the first floor or anything like that.
I mean, you might go see some like shares of light through the cracks and fences. That's about it.
Did you hear about it before your mom came to your place?
No, that's the thing. She completely surprised me with it. I was like, it's really sad.
What have you heard since then?
Nothing really. No.
I mean, have you seen anything? The news of word of mouth or?
I don't think something too shot dead in that we're from. You know, it's literally our neighbors.
Yeah. So, you just happened to drive home that night? Like, there was no, like, was like a voice from God or something that said, like, hey, go home that night, or?
Well, no, I was going home to see my family because I hadn't felt like I had been connecting with them. So I was going to stay for like one day or stay party. And then I got there and then I pressed my cigarette up the vinyl. I just kind of want to go back down the stage.
That's just crazy. I mean, it seems like when I got home, like I at least let my family know I'm there.
I know, I was telling my mom. I was like, I let Dad know I should have called you too.
She texted him, called him?
Yeah, I called him. Why, you know, I was supposed to I was putting gas in my car.
Did you ever, when you're still in Sarah, did you ever go into the neighbor's yard at all?
No. It's like a big fence, you gotta jump over. You want to cross.
Walk anywhere else like that on the street or the sidewalk or cul-de-sacs, anything at all?
I mean, like sometimes I walk through a mailbox at night. It's like walk around the night where it's really bad.
You walk around that night?
Oh no, it's just back to front part.
You didn't see anybody else out there that time?
No, it was very quiet. That's the weirdest part. Very quiet.
Does your house have any cameras that can help us out? Your neighbors have cameras that you think could help stuff with footage, remember that name? Oh, so yeah, probably, I'm gonna have my guys scatter across the whole dang neighborhood on every Ring doorbell camera. That's the thing. We're gonna have hours and hours of footage to watch. So I'm just wondering if and then you should really check out this camera. This probably help you see everything. I don't know. There's like a few, I think, but not too many, I think. I mean, you could, you can get like more, right? You might be to a house or something like that camera. Like when I drive home, I can't drive by past more than 5 or 6 rings, I think. Oh, really? Something like that. Okay. Any, in particular, your house or, what is happening that you know? Oh, okay, great. You call when you got home or anything? Who? Your parents. Like when you got home, did you call and say, hey, I'm here? No, Santa shit told my mom. Or then I got home. They go to bed early? No, they didn't. Really, they do. They work out, they retired. My mom's a stay at home. My dad works for construction in DC. Okay. Does he travel a lot? Mm-hmm. Good. Is it usually just you and your mom over there? He comes home Thursday, Friday, Saturday, something. Yeah, so he comes home soon. Do you go?
The end of disc 2, video 3. It resumes now on disc 3, video 1.
Shout out to Blue Aqua Tiger, my man. Over on the Ko-Fis as well. Salute to you, sir. Says, fine for not clicking the like button when I first came in. Hey, my man. Paying the like tax. I like that. I like that a lot. Let me give you money clip for that one, sir. Indeed you did, sir. Indeed you did. Thank you very kindly for the support.
Usually, I was about to go home for Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. So I'll probably do that. I'll shut the phone. So, how often, do you think you go to your parents' house once a month, every other week? Yeah. Sometimes, 2 or 3 times. 2 or 3 times, so a month or I've definitely gone from consecutive weekends. You have a roommate out in Athens or that's just me. Live by yourself. You work? Yeah, I do summer construction with my dad. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was trying to graduate. So you make a bunch of good money over the summer. It's hard. It's like an annual, yeah. So you kind of just save up over the summer and does your mom help you to give you some of it? I mean, it's a couple of thousand for working. Yeah, I got you. It's really all one you can help with. So, before we leave, trust me, we won't take up too much more of your time. We just need to check our case file and make sure we're not forgetting anything to ask you that could help us put this thing together. It's like we said, sometimes it's a little tiny detail. Yeah, and with these things, they can be so complex. We just want to make sure we go through our notes to go, oh, dang it, we forgot to ask Matt this one question that could have helped us out. With all due respect, I would like to return home. And be able to possibly, call a lawyer and be able to maybe witness for some evidence that could help. Okay, well, like I said, Sandy Springs, you got your own thing going on there with them, okay?
We're going to have more of the murder trial for Matthew Lance up next. Plus, could the man convicted of murdering Holly Bobo get a new trial? We will bring you the latest from the post-conviction relief hearing of Zachary Adams when we come back. Stay tuned.
You have to punish him, you have to kill him for a few $100.
You don't touch fire and expect not to get burned. My goal is to embarrass you. My goal is to make you suffer. My goal is for pain. Make sure that you remember me for the rest of your life.
You weren't feeling any sympathy.
If I'm being honest now.
You kill a man for acting like a junkie when you're the one turned him into a junkie.
Interview with a Killer season finale, Saturday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on Cord.
And don't worry, Blue. Don't worry. I sorted all the shit out with the bank. And like I said, it's probably kind of more so on my end. I should have just been doing the monthly transfers rather than doing like waiting half a year to do it. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, hold yourself accountable. You know what I'm saying? Do better, Teriak. All that shit. You know? So I'm thinking like in terms of like keeping it on the monthly would probably be easier to keep track in terms of, because the way I was trying to calculate the totals was a bit difficult as well. Probably a lot easier if I just do it at the end of each month. But hey, you learn something new. You know what I'm saying? We throw the spaghetti, we see what the sticks. You know what I'm saying?
Back to court in just a moment, but first an update out of Tennessee, where convicted killer Zach Adams is arguing for a new trial. Adams was found guilty in 2017 for kidnapping, raping, and killing 20-year-old Holly Bobo. But the defense says a key witness at Adams' trial is now saying he lied under oath. Right now, the defendant's attorney is questioning one of the prosecutors from his trial about their investigation. Let's listen in.
It never dawned on you. Wait a minute. This guy is recalling somebody mowing his yard in the morning?
Today, but now let's head back to the Stranger home invasion murder trial for Matthew Lance that's taking place in Georgia. Lance is charged with 2 counts of murder in the shooting deaths of a firefighter and his wife. Their 2-year-old son was found in the home 12 hours later, covered in blood. And Lance says that he, though, was set up by the FBI and CIA.
A wizard never arrives late. He arrives precisely when needed. Welcome in, background scrams. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Like I said, this case is a bit of a weird one. Tragic as well as they typically are. Basically, couple was gunned down in their own home. Basically in front of their 2-year-old kid. Kid didn't have any injuries or anything like that on it. But like the parents' blood was on his clothes. It's sad as fuck. But the dude that did it is now like trying to do it's a government conspiracy. Technically in terms of this interrogation, he's saying I didn't do nothing, I wasn't there, and all this kind of shit. And then he kind of reverted to it's a government conspiracy out to get him. The police found him during a burglary in a neighboring county. And me personally, I think it's very similar to the Massacre in Maine case that we covered, where it's literally like one of these dudes that have like the small man ego, where think life isn't going as he expected and all this kind of shit, and basically he turns around and he just basically wants others to feel the pain that he's feeling, kind of thing. And another aspect of this as well, he kind of wants the infamy of like being like a serial killer or a criminal and all this kind of shit as well. What you see, and that's why this whole phenomenon that we see with like the left, it's that similar kind of thing where it's like they have massive egos, but like are useless. You know what I mean? Like these people are literally useless. But that's the thing about your ego, is like it'll give you a false expectation. You're no longer grounded to reality. That's why I keep reminding everybody. Your ego, one's ego is their greatest enemy. You know? One's greatest enemy is one's own ego. And you gotta be able to keep your ego in check. You know? Funny that I barely know this case and it's close to home. But like that's the thing as well with a lot of media, they want to avoid reporting on things massively because what they found is that it's like if they over report on cases and all this kind of stuff, particularly when they're recent and all that, harder to get harder to do the whole trial thing, you know?
Right now, in court, we are seeing the defendant's police interview. Let's head back in.
I don't know what all they charge me with. I don't know off the top of my head, but I believe it could have been explained away with this Strangler. Yeah, I'll have to ask them in that. I don't know. I don't want to assume that. I just really like to go see my family, help them. So you mentioned an attorney. Like I guess. We may have a couple other questions. Is it okay if we go look at our notes and come back and keep talking? Yeah, but yeah. We'll try to be quick. Okay. Yeah. Bro, get you more water or anything? No, sure.
Record that's being stopped at 19:47:31 seconds. It will resume at 19:51 and 12.
Yeah, I'm just anything else? Anything else? Yeah, if you need anything, just holler. All right, Matty. Look, dude, you gotta understand where we're sitting. Okay. That's the police. You got this couple that lives behind your house, murdered. One broke into their house. Okay. And today, not only that, the people used to some messed up shit to them, which I believe you. Now today, just a few days later, Sandy Springs finds you in other people's homes.
And this is what I talk about where like we turn up the heat now. Now we start like pushing the envelope, so to speak. Start asking the uncomfortable questions. You know what I mean? No crotch shot attempt to talk to your way out of prison, at least in this one. Exactly, man. Exactly.
Then on top of that, you stab one of their guys. And you stab them up really, really, really good. I mean, bad. You carve them up. Okay. You know, in our business, you don't call that shit a coincidence. Okay. Thing is, when I asked you about the cameras, we've already been canvassing for cameras. Okay. There's a damn camera right across the street from where these people go. Okay. I wanted you to think about that. Okay. I got guys back at the office now, scouring for hours and hours and hours, or sitting there literally just watching camera footage. Okay. I just went into my backyard to smoke a cigarette aspect. I'm not really behind that. Now, I'm not saying you're some cold-hearted person.
I'm saying he is. Let's just go back and watch that again. All right. He was doing the poor me, all this kind of shit. Right now, he realizes he's fucked. So this whole thing of like schizophrenia, he's not in the right mental state that we heard from fucking Philip earlier on. It's just pure bullshit. It's a bunch of pussies that don't want to actually address the fact that this is where your ego leads you. And the fact that he kills a couple with their fucking kid in the room in cold blood, kills a couple just for like infamy or for the thrill of and all this kind of shit. And then he goes and he's there stabbing these motherfuckers in the next county over. He got a taste for the blood and he liked it. And now this pose here is he realizes he's going to prison for a very, very fucking long time. There's no remorse, no regret in what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm just. Anything else? Anything else? Yeah, if you need anything, just holler. All right, Matthew. Look, dude, you got to understand where we're sitting. Okay. That's the police. You got this couple that lives behind your house, murdered. One broke into their house. Okay. And today, not only that, the people used to some messed up shit to them, which I believe you. Now today, just a few days later, Sandy Springs finds you in other people's homes. Then on top of that, you stab one of their guys. And you stab them up really, really, really good. I mean bad. You carve them up. Okay.
Stab the police officer like. And when he's talking about there with the stabbing, it's like when the cops caught him, like burgling another home, he stabs the fucking cop.
You know, in our business, you don't call that shit a coincidence, okay? Thing is, when I asked you about the cameras, we've already been canvassing for cameras. Okay? There's a damn camera right across the street from where these people got hurt. Okay? I wanted you to think about that. Okay, I got guys back at the office now, scouring for hours and hours and hours, or sitting there literally just watching camera footage. Okay? I just went into my backyard to smoke a cigarette aspect. I'm not really behind that. Now, I'm not saying you're some cold-hearted person, but from where I'm sitting, you were in that house. Wednesday night. You drove there from that. Maybe you had a reason. Maybe someone told you to do it. Maybe God told you to do it. I don't know. But here's where the rubber meets the road. It's time for you to cleanse your soul and tell us what happened so we can tell that family, that 2-year-old, when he grows up one day, why he doesn't have any parents. We're picking up when I'm laying down to you. We're probably demonic in nature. Makes you say that? I don't know. It's the way it is. We're probably demonic.
Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh boy. What a piece of evil shit, man. Death penalty. We need to make the death penalty great again, folks. This is ridiculous. What's going on in society? This is ridiculous.
In nature. Makes you say that? I don't know. It's the way it seemed. They could very well be demonic. I don't want to think of that. I just want to go home too. Is that why you went over there? Where? To their house? I didn't go over. There's a camera right there across the street. So.
And like, see the way he was like monotone for the whole way through that? Oh my god, man. He's a fucking psycho.
Probably. What's take your name out of that? There's a camera. Where did it come from? There's a camera across. How did you know? How do you know it was me? Because you stabbed a cop today after breaking into someone's house, and you live right behind where these people were murdered. I mean, 5-year-old could have figured that out. I don't know what to say other than I'm innocent. And I mean it. I don't believe it. Well, let me ask you this. What's the ninth commandment? The what? The ninth commandment. You know the Lord, right? What's the ninth commandment? I'm not sure. Don't lie. That's the ninth commandment, okay? So I can sit here and tell you right now, in the camera footage, you did walk from your house into their yard and you set off the motion light. You remember that? No way.
He doesn't. This whole Christian thing is just a mystique, an illusion. Didn't even know what the ninth commandment was. How doesn't even know any of the commandments? Because if this dude actually knew Christianity, he wouldn't be. He not only would he have not done what he done, he wouldn't even be in this fucking mind state. He wouldn't have the ego that he fucking has. We have it in Georgia. Don't know if he got it. He deserves it.
Not quite. What do you mean not quite?
Are you saying that
Still with us, former Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. Philip, let's bring you in on this. All right.
This is why I don't like lawyers. This is why I don't like lawyers, Blue. See what I'm saying? Public defenders. Oh, he must Philip as well. What a fucking name, Philip. Oh my God, public defender Philip here with the. Well, maybe it's psychosis.
Continuing to listen to the police interview, we heard Lance say there, I want to go home. I'm tired. The police are telling him that they believe he was inside the home. But Lance keeps talking. What would you say to people out there that would find themselves in these similar situations? You want to go home, but yet you really have to keep invoking your right there, saying, I want an attorney present. Describe that for me.
But this is what I'm saying, Lauren. Like, this is how bad the human ego can get. And that, don't get me wrong, like, that's an uncomfortable truth we all have to deal with. Not like fucking Philip here is going to say it's schizophrenia. Philip. I really don't like lawyers. But this is the unpleasant truth. That, like, that Philip here will demonstrate he doesn't want to deal with, and he'll try to say it's drugs or it's schizophrenia or whatever. But this is where the ego goes. If you do not keep your ego in check, if you do not keep your ego honest, this is where it inevitably goes. You think you're all this, you're all that, you're high and mighty and all this kind of shit. And then you get confronted with reality that life's not going the way it should be for someone who's all that big and all this. Makes you miserable. Gives you that chip on the shoulder. Next thing you know, the whole world's against you. You're the victim. And you're filled with, like, to the brim of misery, pain, hate, vitriol. And then he sees a happy couple move in next door or behind his house or whatever. Things are actually going well for them. They're actually enjoying life. They can't stand that shit. So this is what happens. Oh, man. It's such a sad case for that kid, man.
Talk to us about it.
Right. The constitutional protection comes from the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendments to the Constitution, which says that you cannot be compelled to speak, basically in a police setting or in court. And when they advise you of your right to remain silent and your right to have an attorney, you must affirmatively invoke it. You must say, I don't want to talk. I want a lawyer. And if they refuse to get you counsel and they keep interrogating you, the remedy is to throw out any confessions or incriminating statements you make after the invocation of the right. The problem is the defendants never really make an affirmative demand for an attorney. They might say something like, well, do you think I should get a lawyer? or gosh, I wonder if I should talk to an attorney, as opposed to saying, I want a lawyer. And unless and until the detectives hear those words, they can keep questioning him until he confesses, and there's no remedy. None whatsoever, unless you can show that the statements were somehow involuntary, like you were tortured or otherwise coerced or made illusory promises, if you will, of leniency or dismissal outright for coming clean, essentially. I truly believe that this young man is in what I call the residual stages of psychosis, meaning in the prodromal stages, you're still struggling.
Fuck up, Philip. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. I'm actually not going to play the rest of it because Philip's just going to keep waffling. Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, that is ego. That's where your ego will take you if you don't keep your ego in check. You will hate the world and you will hate happiness itself. And anybody you see happiness, you will want to inflict pain on them. Because the amount of fucking pain and misery that you're in. For the love of God, keep your ego in check, folks. That's why I love chat, because they roast the fuck out of me. It's hard to have an ego when your chat's roasting you, I can tell you that for a fact. But ladies and gentlemen, let us cap off this case before we go on to the grift break and load up the final case of this evening. The full record of this case shows that on the evening of November 17th, 2021, Matthew Lands entered the home of Justin and Amber Hicks through a broken rear window. Lance, who lived nearby and had a family connection to a prior incident at the same address, used his personally owned ZEF OZ 9mm pistol to fire multiple shots at the two adults inside. At least 5 rounds were discharged. 3 shell casings were recovered at the scene and later matched conclusively to his firearm through microscopic comparison of tool marks. The 2 additional casings were never located, though the defense later suggested the young child might have moved them. No valuables were taken and no rooms were ransacked, indicating the purpose of the entry was not theft, but the commission of lethal violence. Lands left the residence without summoning help or ensuring the safety of the 2-year-old child, who remained inside with his deceased parents. The child was discovered the following morning by family members who had grown concerned when they could not reach the couple. The toddler's pajamas were stained with the parents' blood, yet he had sustained no physical injuries from the gunfire. He had spent approximately 12 hours alone in the house, unable to feed himself, change his clothing, or leave the immediate area. This prolonged abandonment formed the basis for a separate charge of cruelty to children, reflecting the recognition that the crime extended beyond taking the taking of 2 lives to the endangerment of a vulnerable third party. 2 days after the murders, on November 19th, 2021, Lance was arrested in Sandy Springs after breaking into another residence and stabbing a responding officer in the neck. During that incident, he was shot by the other officers. The arrest for the separate offense provided the opportunity for recorded interviews in which Lance described periods of blackout or disorientation and claimed uncertainty about his location or actions on the night of the Hicks murders. He suggested he may have believed he was at his own home. These statements were later introduced at trial and contrasted with the surveillance footage that placed him at the specific address and with the ballistics match that tied his firearm to the shots fired inside the house. Investigation assembled multiple independent lines of evidence. Surveillance cameras from the homes in the neighborhood captured Lance's vehicle entering and leaving the area and showed a person moving on foot near the rear of the Hicks residence during the relevant time window. Digital records from devices associated with Lance revealed searches in the preceding weeks on topics including the appearance of blood, ballistic calculations, the effects of gunshot wounds, and visual depictions of head trauma. Timing of these searches clustered after a prior break-in at the same address involving Lance's brother Austin added context to the investigative picture. Austin Lance had entered the Hicks home months earlier and left explicit materials. He later traveled to Washington, D.C., where he stabbed a Pentagon officer and then took his own life. While no direct evidentiary link, and this is, that actually explains a lot. with his brother doing that shit, broke into that home and all this kind of shit. Like he wanted the infamy of his big bro. I told yous. I'm too good at this shit. Philip here wants to talk about psychosis and all this bullshit. But I'm telling you, man, this is like all ego, you know, big bro, done this and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to outdo big bro, you know? He liked breaking in nice areas. No. The what I just described there was his brother Austin. His brother Austin broke into that house and left the explicit materials, and then later traveled to Washington, D.C., where he stabbed the Pentagon officer and then took his own life. I told him everyone who knew her would be held responsible. I think Lauren might be typing in the wrong chat. Might be dual watching or something like that, but appreciate you, Lauren. Sandy Springs is a rich city. Makes sense, you know? While no direct evidentiary link was proven between Austin's actions and Matthew's attack, the shared address and family connection to the property raised the possibility that the home had become a point of fixation. Matthew Lanz was charged with 2 counts of malicious murder, home invasion, tampering with evidence related to the missing shell casings, and cruelty to children. After years of proceedings centered on competency evaluations, the court determined that while Lanz had a documented history of schizophrenia, he possessed the capacity to understand the proceedings and assist in his defense. He waived his right to a jury trial, resulting in a bench trial before Cobb County Superior Court Judge Sonia Brown. The trial presented the full body of evidence, including body camera footage from the first responders, interrogation recordings, surveillance clips, ballistics testimony, and digital forensic evidence analysis. On November 20th, 2025, Judge Brown found Matthew Lanz guilty on all counts. Verdicts on the 2 malicious murder charges reflected the determination that the shootings were committed with intent to kill and with malice aforethought. Guilty findings on home invasion, tampering with evidence, and cruelty to children completed the picture of a deliberate unlawful entry followed by lethal violence and the reckless endangerment of the child left behind. Sentencing took place the following day on November 21st, 2025. Lanz waived his right to be present. The court imposed 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, reflecting the gravity of taking 2 lives in their own home and the additional harm caused to the surviving child. Victim impact statements from family members and friends of Justin and Amber Hicks described the devastation to the family, the loss of a young couple who had only recently begun their life in a new home, and the ongoing challenges faced by their son. We got 2 life sentences, Blue. Should have got the death penalty because there was premeditation there. Well, again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the law, especially the different laws by state in America. But for me personally, premeditated murder, you're going to the rope, buddy. Case illustrates the crucial role of technology in modern investigations. Surveillance footage from ordinary residential cameras provided the timeline and placement of movements that no witnesses had reported. Digital search histories revealed a mindset preoccupied with the mechanics of gunshot trauma. Ballistics matching provided an objective physical link between a specific firearm and the shots fired. Together, these elements created a record that could be tested at trial even when a neatly packaged motive remained elusive. Prosecutors were unable to establish a single explicit reason why Lanz targeted Hicks' home, but the factual evidence of presence, means, and the deliberate nature of the entry and shooting was sufficient to support the verdicts. The mental health component of the case received careful attention. Forensic evaluations explored Lanz's schizophrenia diagnosis and its potential impact on his functioning. The court's ultimate finding of competency allowed the evidence to be presented and tested rather than resolved through procedural dismissal. This approach balanced the need for fair proceedings with the requirement that individuals who commit serious crimes be held accountable when they possess the capacity to understand their actions. The impact on the surviving child and extended family continues. The toddler who was left alone with his parents' body will grow up without them. Family members who discovered the scene and who have cared for the child since that night carry the lasting effects of both the loss and the manner in which it occurred. Victim impact statements at sentencing gave voice to that grief and to the recognition that no sentence can restore what has been taken. Separate legal proceedings remain pending for the November 19, 2021 incident in Sandy Springs that led to Lance's initial arrest. That case involves different charges and will be resolved independently, but the homicide convictions and sentences stand on their own complete record. From an investigative perspective, the case demonstrates how seemingly ordinary neighborhoods can become the setting for targeted violence when an individual develops a fixation on a specific property. Prior break-in by Lance's brother, subsequent searches on Lance's devices, the surveillance placing him at the scene, and the use of his own firearm together formed a coherent picture even in the absence of a traditional motive such as robbery or personal dispute. The decision to leave the child behind added a dimension of callousness that the court weighed in sentencing. The resolution of the case after years of legal proceedings underscores the importance of thorough evidence preservation and methodical cross-referencing. Every piece of footage, every casing, every digital record, and every statement was documented and tested. Alternative explanations were considered and set aside when they could not account for the full record. The result is a case that can be reviewed and understood by anyone who examines the public materials, from the first body camera views of the scene to the final sentencing. Matthew's convictions for the murders of Justin and Amber Hicks, along with the related charges, close one chapter of this investigation. The evidence that was assembled and presented in court stands as the official account of what occurred inside the home on November 17, 2021, and why one individual was held responsible. Victims are remembered by those who knew them as a young couple beginning a new chapter in a home they'd chosen with the hope for the future. Their story ended abruptly. The record of what happened and who was responsible has now been established through the patient accumulation of facts. Anyone who talked to the people who went to jail also had consequences. Wait, what? Who went to jail? What? Let me know, Lauren. Fill me in. I'm lost. But, folks, like I said, we're going to go on a quick grift break. We're going to refill the water and we get into the final case. This one's going to be a good one. It's a well-known one. It's a blast from the past, so to speak. Okay? So, if you've got any spare shekels or spare change in the pocket, every little helps. If not, no worries. Always appreciated, never expected, ladies and gentlemen. And like I said, now is also a perfect time to stretch the legs, fill up the water, drain the bladders, maybe grab some popcorn. Like I said, we saved the best case for last. Till then, enjoy the music, ladies and gentlemen. I shall be right back.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good.
pedal, you know how I feel. Jig on the pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah. In the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun. We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard a cabin found for Terria, down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Griffin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn him down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, Wackful Alderah. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me souls as I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, Wackful Alderah. Now with me little leprechauns, we're drifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, Wackful Alderah.
Yeehaw! As the Americans say. As Crazy would say, us Americans, we don't say that, Terriac. Fuck you talking about, boy. But anyways, let us get to the final case. The notorious BTK killer. Which I'm pretty sure stands for Bind, Torture, Kill. Alright. Let us set the scene. In the heart of the American Midwest, where the vast Kansas plains meet the steady hum of Wichita's aircraft factories and the quiet rhythm of suburban streets lined with modest homes and neatly trimmed lawns, a city once known for its hard-working families and community gatherings found itself gripped by an invisible terror that stretched across 3 decades. It is the early 1970s, time when neighbors still left doors unlocked during the day, children rode bikes freely through the neighborhoods, and the evening news focused more on national headlines than local shadows. Wichita in January 1974 feels crisp and cold. The air carrying the scent of winter wheat fields and distant jet fuel from McConnell Air Force Base. Families like the Oteros go out about their morning routines in their home on North Edgemore Street. Father preparing for work, the mother tending to the household, children getting ready for school. The way it should be. The streets are lined with similar single-story homes, American flags occasionally fluttering, sound of school buses rumbling in the distance. Nothing seems amiss in this ordinary slice of Middle America. Yet on this particular morning, an intruder enters that home through the back door, and in a matter of hours, the ordinary is shattered forever. This is the world we enter in the Deductionist Files. Here we do not chase sensational headlines or rely on speculation. We pull apart every available piece of public evidence with precision. Interrogation recordings, body cam and news footage of arrests and searches, released court documents, crime scene reports, witness statements, physical evidence logs, digital metadata from seized items, DNA profiles, and the killer's own communications. We cross-reference timelines against phone records, surveillance descriptions, autopsy findings, and behavioral patterns to build a clear picture of what happened, when it happened, and and how the evidence logically connects. Our goal is to place you directly inside the investigation as it unfolded, allowing you to examine the clues, inconsistencies, and breakthroughs alongside us. We treat every case as a puzzle of facts, testing each piece against the others for consistency and reliability. No theory stands without supporting documentation. No conclusion is reached without tracing the chain of evidence from the scene to the lab to the interview room. In this installment, we focus on a series of brutal killings that began in quiet Wichita neighborhood and terrorized the city for years, only to go dormant and then terrifyingly resurface decades later. We will walk through the initial crime scenes as investigators first encountered them, examine the taunting messages sent to police and media, analyze the physical evidence left behind, study the revival of the cold case in the early 2000s, and follow the digital and forensic trail that narrowed the possibilities. Every step is grounded in publicly released materials. The details of descriptions of ligatures and bindings, specific wording of letters and poems mailed to news outlets, the analysis of a floppy disk's metadata, DNA comparisons from crime scenes to later reference samples, surveillance observations around a particular residence, and the recorded moments of the arrest itself. We will describe the footage available to the public so you can visualize the officers arriving, the calm demeanor of the individual brought into custody, and the long hours inside the interrogation room where pressure mounted and details emerged. By the end of this examination, you will have followed the same logical path investigators walked, weighing every inconsistency, every piece of physical proof, and every behavioral clue. The evidence does not lie when examined carefully. It reveals patterns, mistakes, and ultimately the identity of the person responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. Let us outline the case. The investigation begins in Wichita, Kansas. On the morning of January 15th, 1974, a welfare check is requested at a single-family home on North Edgemore Street after family members failed to appear at work or school as expected. Officers arrive to find the front door locked but gain entry through an unsecured rear door. Inside, the scene is one of methodical violence. 4 members of the household are discovered deceased. Father found in the bedroom, bound with cord and strangled. The mother in another room, similarly bound and strangled. One child in the basement, bound and strangled, and the youngest child also in the basement area, killed in the same manner. The bindings are consistent across victims, using available household cords and belts. No signs of forced entry beyond the unlocked door, no ransacking for valuables, and no sexual assault noted in the initial reports on the adult female victim. The scene suggests a planned intrusion rather than a random burglary gone wrong. Bodies are positioned in specific ways that investigators note but do not immediately publicize. Family dog is found unharmed in the home. News of the killing spreads quickly through the city. Wichita in 1974 is a community of approximately 250,000 residents centered around Boeing and other aviation plants with a strong sense of Midwestern stability. The Ontario killings stand out because they involve an entire family in their home during daylight hours, executed with precision and without apparent robbery motive. Local media covers the story extensively. Police release limited details while the task force begins canvassing the neighborhood for witnesses. Neighbors report seeing nothing unusual that morning, no suspicious vehicles, no strangers lingering. The absence of witnesses and the clean execution of the crime leave investigators with few immediate leads. Autopsy records confirm death by ligature strangulation in each case, bindings applied in consistent fashion that suggests the perpetrator took time and had control over the victims. Weeks later, a letter arrives at a local television station and the Wichita Eagle newspaper. It is typewritten, references the Ontario killings in specific detail, and claims responsibility. The writer provides information only the killer would know, such as the exact positioning of bodies and items taken from the scene. The letter is signed with a distinctive moniker, BTK. The author explains the letters stand for bind, torture, kill, and describes a philosophy of killing for sexual gratification through the process of binding and controlling victims. Communication is taunting, promising more killings, and challenging police to catch the writer. Investigators immediately recognize the letter as genuine because of the non-public details included. The task force expands, now treating the case as the work of a serial offender who may strike again. The second confirmed killing occurs on April 4th, 1974. A young woman, Catherine Bright, is attacked in her home. She is bound, stabbed, and strangled. Her brother is also present and survives after being shot and left for dead. Bindings and method show clear similarities to the Ontario scene. Cord used to restrain, focus on control, and strangulation. The survivor provides a description of the attacker as a white male, average build, wearing a mask or hood. Police note the consistency in the use of ligatures and the sexual component implied by the binding process. Another letter soon arrives claiming credit for this attack as well, again signed BTK and providing accurate details. The pattern is emerging. The offender selects victims in their homes, gains entry, binds them methodically, and kills primarily by strangulation while deriving gratification from the control. The investigation intensifies. A dedicated BTK task force is formed within the Wichita Police Department. FBI profilers are consulted, producing a behavioral profile describing a white male in his 20s or 30s, possibly with military or police training due to the organized nature of the crimes, living in the local area and likely holding a steady job that allows daytime movement. The profile notes the offender's need for attention through letters and the likelihood that he keeps souvenirs or records of the crimes. Composite sketches based on the surviving witness are released, but no solid identification follows. The city remains on edge. Parents watch their children more closely. Women living alone take extra precautions. The fear is palpable in everyday conversations. On March 17th, 1977, another attack occurs. Shirley Vane is killed in her home after being bound and strangled. Her young children are locked in a closet but survive. The scene again shows consistent binding techniques and the same cause of death. A letter follows confirming BTK's involvement and adding more details. The pattern of selecting homes, often with children present, and the methodical binding continues. Investigators note the risk the offender takes by attacking during times when the children might be home, suggesting either confidence or specific fantasy element involving family settings. The next confirmed victim is Nancy Fox on December 8th, 1977. She is found bound and strangled in her home. Once more, a letter arrives detailing the crime. By this point, the task force has accumulated significant physical evidence. Semen samples from the several scenes, ligature mark analysis, and fiber evidence. The letters themselves become evidence. Typewriter analysis, paper type, and phrasing patterns are studied. The offender demonstrates knowledge of police procedures, taunting the investigators about their inability to catch him. He references specific news coverage and challenges the task force directly. The killings continue into the 80s, with Maureen Hedge, I think that's Maureen Hedge, in 1985 and Vicky Wegerle in 1986. Each follows the established pattern of home invasion, binding, strangulation, and post-crime communication or implied credit. In the Wegerle case, the victim's husband returns home to find her body, providing additional witness perspective on the timing. The offender's letter grow more elaborate, sometimes including poems or drawings that reveal a structured fantasy world built around the crimes. The task force continues to pursue leads, including checking military records, local sex offender registries, and individuals with similar binding interests, but no arrest is made. The case begins to cool as the killings stop after 1991, with the murder of Dolores Davis. For 13 years, BTK goes silent. The task force reduces in size, evidence is archived, and the case becomes one of the Wichita's most notorious cold cases. The city moves forward, though the fear never fully dissipates for those who lived through the active years. Then, in 2004, everything changes. A letter arrives at KAKE TV claiming to be from BTK and referencing the old crimes. More communications follow, including a package left in a park, items the killer claims are from a victim. The task force is immediately revived and expanded. New letters are analysed for forensic value, DNA on stamps or envelopes, handwriting comparison, and linguistic patterns. The offender appears to be seeking attention again after years of dormancy, possibly triggered by media coverage of other cold cases or personal circumstances. One communication proves pivotal. Killer sends a floppy disk to the television station, asking in an accompanying note whether the disk can be traced. Investigators respond publicly that it cannot. The disk is forensically examined. Metadata embedded in the file reveals the author's name and organization, Christ Lutheran Church, and a reference to Dennis. Church records are obtained. The list of members is cross-referenced with other evidence. The name rises to the top of the list of interest. Surveillance is established around a residence associated with that individual. Trash from the property is collected and examined for DNA. A reference DNA sample from the family member's medical record is compared to the semen evidence preserved from the original crime scenes. Profiles match. On February 25, 2005, officers move in. Publicly available news footage and descriptions of the arrest show a calm, middle-aged man being taken into custody without resistance at his home. He is transported to the police department. Inside the interview room, hours of recorded interrogation unfold. The individual initially engages in conversation, answering questions about his background and daily life. Detectives gradually introduce evidence, the metadata from the disk, DNA match, surveillance observations, and inconsistencies in his statements about his whereabouts during the original crimes. The pressure builds steadily. After several hours, the individual begins to provide details that only the perpetrator would know. He describes the Ontario scene with precision, binding methods, the order of the killings, and the items taken. He continues with each subsequent victim, correcting or confirming details investigators He continues with each subsequent victim, correcting or confirming details investigators present. The confession is methodical and extensive, covering planning, execution, and aftermath for all 10 murders. Throughout the interrogation footage, the suspect remains composed, answering in a flat, factual tone as he recounts the crimes. He explains his process of selecting victims, often stalking them in advance, entering their homes when they were alone or with children, and the specific sexual gratification he derived from the binding and control phase. He describes taking personal items as trophies and sometimes photographing or revisiting scenes. The interrogation continues over multiple sessions as he fills in gaps and provides locations of additional evidence. By the end, the connection between the person in the room and the decades-long series of killings is complete. The physical evidence, digital trail, DNA, and his own detailed admission align perfectly. The case that began with a family found bound and strangled in their Wichita home in 1974 ends with an arrest and confession 31 years later. Every piece of evidence investigators gathered over the decades, the ligature patterns, the semen profiles, the letters, the floppy disk metadata, the surveillance, and the final DNA comparison converges on one individual. The public footage of the arrest and the long interrogation recording allows us to witness the moment he accumulated. Deductions become undeniable. The investigation demonstrates how patient forensic advancement and a single technological mistake by the offender can break even the coldest of cases. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I present BTK Killer. Some of these cases are connected to rings like Delphi and David Parker, Ray, and Atlantic City. I wouldn't be surprised, Lauren. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Rader, I need to find out more information. On that particular day, the 15th day of January, 1974, can you tell me where you went to kill Mr. Joseph Otero?
I think it's 1834, Edgemore.
All right. Can you tell me approximately what time of day you went there?
Somewhere between 7 and 7:30.
This particular location, did you know these people?
No, that's no, that was part of my, I guess my what you call fantasy. These people were selected.
All right, so you
Okay.
you were engaged in some kind of fantasy during this period of time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you use the term fantasy, is this something you were doing for your personal pleasure?
Sexual fantasy, sir.
I see. So you went to this residence, and what occurred then?
Well, I had did some thinking on what I was going to do to either Mrs. Otero or Josephine, and basically broke into the house, or didn't break into the house, but when they came out of the house, I came in and confronted the family, and then we went from there.
All right. Had you planned this beforehand?
To some degree, yes. After I got in the house, I lost control of it, but it was, you know, in the back of my mind, I had some ideas what I was going to do, but I basically panicked that first day. So
beforehand, did you know who was there in the house?
I thought Mrs. Otero and the two kids, the two younger kids, were in the house. I didn't realize Mr. Otero was going to be there.
All right. How did you get into the house?
I came through the back door, cut the phone lines, waited at the back door, had reservations about even going or just walking away, but pretty soon the door opened and I was in.
All right. So the door opened. Was it open for you, or did something?
I think one of the kids, I think the junior, or not junior, yes, the younger, Joseph opened the door. He probably let the dog out because the dog was in the house at that time.
All right. When you went into the house, what happened then?
Well, I confronted the family, pulled a pistol, confronted Mr. Otero, and asked him to, you know, that I was there to, basically I was wanted to get the car. I was hungry, food, I was wanted, and asked him to lie down in the living room. And at that time I realized that wouldn't be a really good idea, so I finally, the dog was a real problem, so I asked Mr. Otero if he could get the dog out, so he had one of the kids put it out. And then I took him back to the bedroom.
You took who back to the bedroom?
The family, the bedroom, the 4 members.
All right, what happened then?
At that time I tied him up.
While still holding him at gunpoint?
Well, in between tying and yes. Yeah.
All right, after you tied them up, what occurred?
Well, they started complaining about being tied up, and I re-loosened the bonds a couple of times. Tried to make Mr. Otero as comfortable as I could. Apparently had a cracked rib from a car accident, so I had him put a pillow down for his head. Had he put a, I think he Parker or a coat underneath him.
And like this is again related to the previous case, what I was talking about in terms of the previous case. Like this whole aspect of you don't have any control in your life. So now you're gonna inflict control of your own, and it manifests in the most demonic, fucking sadistic way possible. Like you heard him there, he wanted to make the people comfortable before he's gonna kill them. How does that make any sense? You know? He wanted to draw it out. Because he felt like he had no control over his own life. His ego thought that he was Mr. Big Business and all this kind of shit. But in reality, he was a nobody. This is why I keep trying to tell y'all. Your ego is your own worst enemy.
They, they talked to me about, giving the car and whatever money. I guess they didn't have very much money. And there I realized that, I didn't have a mask on or anything. They already could ID me, and made a decision to go ahead and put them down, I guess, or strangle them.
All right, what did you do to Joseph Otero Sr.?
Joseph Otero?
Yeah,
Okay.
Joseph Otero Sr., Mr. Otero, the father.
I put a plastic bag over his head and then some cords and then tightened it.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I mean? But this is why I keep trying to point out, Blue. It's like these like lefties and all this kind of shit, they have the same thing. That's manifesting. You know what I mean? And it wouldn't be a deductionist false if we didn't have a fucked up hairline. Let's be real. But this is where it leads to, folks. You know what I mean? That's why we need Christianity. You know? Because in terms of like actually managing that ego, those core tenets of Christianity, that's what breaks the ego. You're not Mr. Big Sauce. You're a sinner. Just like everyone else. You know? So hey, like, and then you have the whole like ego off no ego thing you need to look out for as well. Why it's like a lot of people like to put it on an either or. When it's really kind of like you need to find that perfect balance in the middle. You don't want to become arrogant or lose touch with reality and let it fucking grow out of control. But on the same way as like you don't want to be a doormat. You know what I mean? Because you see, like with this dude, he was constantly being used as a doormat. He had this like the note that linked back to the Lutheran Church. He done this whole aspect of like, I'm just going to be a doormat to everybody. Then he got to a certain point where conscious and his ego was like, I've got no control, so I'm now I'm going to take back control. And I'm going to inflict as much pain that I feel and misery and all this kind of shit. There are evil people there, but we're all capable of evil. That's the uncomfortable truth, you know? No worries, Shazzy. Hope you're feeling better.
This was in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Did he, in fact, suffocate and die as a result of this?
Not right away. No, sir, he didn't.
What happened?
Well, after that, I did Mrs. Otero. I had never strangled anyone before, so I really didn't know how much pressure you had to put on a person or how long it would take. But
was she also tied up there in the
yes,
bedroom?
Yeah, both her hands and their feet were tied up. She was on the bed.
Where were the children?
Josephine was on the bed and Junior was on the floor at this time.
So we're talking first of all about Joseph Otero. So you'd put the bag over his head and tied it, and he did not die right away. Can you tell me what happened in regards to Joseph?
He moved over real quick like, and I think tore a hole in the bag, and I could tell that he was having some problems there. But at that time, the whole family just went panicked on me, so I worked pretty quick.
You worked pretty quick.
Well, I mean, I strangled Mrs. Otero, and she went out, or passed out. I thought she was dead. She passed out. Then I strangled Josephine. She passed out, or I thought she was dead. And then I went over and put a bag on Junior's head, and then if I remember right, Mrs. Otero came back. She came back and...
Sir, let me ask you about Joseph Otero Sr. You
Senior?
indicated he had torn a hole in the bag. And what did you do with him then?
I put another bag over it, or either that or if I recollect, I think I put either a cloth or a T-shirt or something over his head, and then another bag, and then tighten it down.
Did he subsequently die?
Well, yes. I didn't just stay there and watch him. I mean, I was moving around the room, but.
All right, so you indicated you strangled Mrs. Otero after you had...
But they never do. You know what I mean? Like with the previous case, Blue. All right, Blue says he answers as if he's submitting a report and has no true emotion over the horrific things he did. It's like the previous dude. He was all monotone. Because, like, these people don't regret what they done. That's like the essence of the evil. You know what I mean? They feel justified or vindicated because of how shit and how much pain and quote unquote suffering that they were going through and all this kind of shit because of their ego, because of their overinflated ego. They finally got to inflict the pain that they were feeling, and they think that's balance. They think that that's justice. That's why they don't actually show remorse. This is why, like I said, like I do these shows to highlight this thing. You know? Like a lot of people like try to stick with the World War II stuff. A lot of people try to just hand wave and say, well, no, Hitler was just like a psychotic. Maybe he with the whole gas thing that he went through in World War One, that just fucked his brain, and then he just went psychotic. Like we heard with the public defender, Philip, when he was trying to say, oh no, he must have been on drugs, or he must have been, you know, had some like mental problems or some shit like that. Anybody can end up like this if you do not keep your ego in check, and that's the truly scary thing. You know? Big Daddy Pod says, Tarek, my wife, Mrs. Deirdre, just made fun of your Irish pronunciation of doormat. Hey, it is what it is. Doormat. But you can rest assured, I reminded that we do not make fun of the Irish accent. I raised her best I could. Hey, it is what it is. Like I said, you can laugh at my accent all you want, you know? I understand I got a funny accent. But I'd say you guys got a funny accent too. Everybody got a funny accent to everybody. You know what I'm saying? No worries about laughing at me accent. I've got me pot of gold and me Lucky Charms to keep me company. You know? No worries. But welcome in, Big Daddy Pod. I dealt with his family as well. I don't know, man. Like this stuff has like profound impacts on families, both victims and perpetrators. You know? Welcome in, Steelborn. Welcome in. Actually, Steelborn is like one of the guys that takes the piss out of me for the accent. You know what I mean? He was doing his Irish accent. I was doing my American accent. It turned into one of the funniest VK episodes we've had to date, I think. You know? It's all good fun. It's all good fun, Big Daddy Pod. Like I said, this is what keeps you with an honest ego. You know what I mean? You should see what Shante says to me, you know? But like I said, man, this is what I keep trying to tell people. Your ego is your own worst enemy. You know? And of course, if you don't like the stream, are you a furry? What's going on? You know? Unbelievable.
Done this, is that correct?
Now I went back and strangled her again. That finally killed her at that time.
So this is in regards to count 2. You had first of all put the bag over Joseph Otero's head, and he tore a hole in the bag. Then you went ahead. Did you strangle Mrs. Otero then, or did you go
First
back?
of all, Mr. Otero was strangled, or a bag put over his head and strangled. Then I thought he was going down, and I went over and strangled Mrs. Otero. I thought she was down. Then I strangled Josephine while she was down, And then I went over to Junior and put the bag on his head. After that, Mrs. Otero woke back up, and she was pretty upset in what's going on. So I came back, and at that point in time, strangled her for the death strangle at that time.
With your hands or what?
No, with a cord, with a rope. And then I think at that point in time, I redid Mr. Otero, put the bag over his head, went over, and then took Junior. Before that, she asked me to save her son. So I actually had taken the bag off, and then I was really upset at that point in time. So basically, when Mr. Otero was down, Mrs. Otero was down, I went ahead and took Junior, I put another bag over his head and took him to the other bedroom at that time.
What did you do then?
Put a bag over his head, I put a cloth over his head, a t-shirt, and a bag so he couldn't tear a hole in it. And he subsequently died from that. And then when I went back, Josephine had woke back up.
What did you do then?
And I took her to the basement and eventually hung her.
All right, you hung her in the basement?
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything else at that time?
Yes, I had some sexual fantasies. But that was after she was hung.
All right. What did you do then?
Went through the house, kind of cleaned it up. It's called the right-hand rule. You go from room to room. Picked everything up. I think I took Mr. Otero's watch. I guess I took a radio. I forgot about that, but apparently I took a radio.
Why did you take these things?
I don't know. I have no idea. Just...
What happened then?
I got the keys to the car. In fact, I had the keys, I think, earlier before that because I wanted to make sure I had a way of getting out of the house. And clean the house up a little bit, make sure everything's packed up, and left through the front door. And went over to their car, and then drove over to Dylan's, left the car there, then eventually walked back to my car.
All right. Now, sir, from what you have just said, I take it that the facts you've told me apply to both counts one, all of counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Rader.
Your Honor,
Yes.
one thing that needs to be corrected on that record, and that is originally, I believe, he indicated 1834 Edgemore. The address was actually 803 Edgemore.
I'm not asking what occurred in Central County. He indicated what had happened. I don't believe the exact address is important.
Let me skip forward a bit.
At Kedrick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Catherine Bright, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and...
Before we get into that, Steve Warren says, I'm not trying to do an Irish accent, but I got an Irish accent, so you kind of are. It's specifically my impression of you. Not gonna lie, it sounds kind of gay.
Fuck you, Terriac. I'm not gay, but I'll fuck you to prove a point, little boy.
Why are you gay?
So, I don't know if you're aware of this, but that makes you gay.
Hey, look, it ain't gay to suck dick, all right?
Whoa.
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Just saying. I'm just saying. A lot of people turning gay over me, apparently. You know what I mean? It is what it is. When you got looks like this, folks, when you got looks like this, you start turning people gay. It is what it is, you know? Holy good fuck, 100%. 100% shows you. But that's why I keep trying to tell people. You know what I mean? Anybody is capable of doing these things. If you let your ego get out of hand. You know what I mean? That's why you need people like Steelborn to take the piss out of you. That's why you need chat. Again, are we not men as well? Perfect dude to take the piss out of you. You know what I mean? Also, welcome in the Emmett Raid. Let me play the clip.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all for coming. He don't sound Orthodox. He's not Orthodox Christian, but he is Orthodox gay. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. Thank you very kindly, Emmett, for the raid. I mean, leprechauns, rainbow. Hey, it is what it is. That's why we got this picture here. We got the rainbow back. Trump brought the rainbow back. Okay, it's official. You know what I'm saying? Well, now more investigation time. Let's do it. Hey, my man. Tumors for the win. Unbelievable. Put it away. Where's the clip?
Saying that when we're on Molly and when we're horned up might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You're gonna have a fucking chub right now.
Put the chubs away. Now we're not man, Matthew. We got it back. Rainbows. That's what I'm saying. That's what we got. See the way like it comes down on the old avatar and all this stuff. It was meant to be. Baby. But this is the BTK killer, folks. Quite widely known case. Done the whole like taunting thing and all this kind of stuff. BTK.
I don't know how to exactly say that. I had many, what I call them projects. They were different people in the town that I followed, watched. Kathleen Bright was one of the next targets, I guess, as I would indicate.
How did you select her?
Just driving by one day, and I saw her go in the house with somebody else, and I thought that's a possibility. There was many places in the area, College Hill, they're all over Wichita. But anyway, it just was basically a selection process. Work toward it. If it didn't work, I just move on to something else. But my kind of person is stalking and scrolling. You go through the trolling stage and then a stalking stage. She was in the stalking stage when this happened.
All right, sir. So you identified Catherine Bright as a potential victim.
Yes, sir.
What did you do here in Sedgwick County then?
Pardon?
What did you do then here in Sedgwick County?
On this particular day,
yes.
I broke into the house and waited for her to come home.
How did you break into the house?
Through the back door on the east side.
All right, and you waited for her to come home. Where
Yes,
did
sir.
you wait?
In the house there, probably close to the bedroom. I walked to the house and kind of figured out where I'd be if they came through.
All right. What happened then?
She and Kevin Bright came in. I wasn't expecting him to be there. And come find out, I guess they were related. That time I approached him and told him I was wanted in California, needed some car. Basically the same thing that I told the Turtles. Kind of ease him, make him feel better. And proceeded to, I think I had him tie her up first. And then I tied him up or vice versa. I don't remember right now.
Now let me ask, you indicated you had some items to tie these people with. Did you bring these items, both the Oteros and to this location?
The Oteros I did. I'm not really sure on the Brights. There was some, when I was working with the police, there was some controversy on that. Probably more likely I did, but if I had brought my stuff and used my stuff, Kevin would probably be dead today. Right. I'm not bragging on that. It's just a matter of fact. It's the bonds I've told.
Like, this is the thing that a lot of people like can't get over. Will say, "Oh, not man, John, play front clip, bro. We're doing the deductionist files, baby. We're trying to be serious. Maybe afterwards though. I think Bigfoot is just blurry. It's not the photographer's fault. Possibly. Wish my bowling ball could get the shine off his lying ass head. He's not lying. Actually, now that it kind of looks like Kieran. Not gonna lie. But this dude is literally like, he's just like telling you exactly what he done. Because like, these people do not feel regret. They do not feel remorse. They feel vindicated. They feel justified in what they done. As evil as that shit is, that's where they're at mentally. Because you let the ego fucking swallow you whole. It's like when Jordan Peterson talks about like inviting sin at the door. You know? And in this dude's case, he was basically a doormat. He had no control over his life. He was constantly being a doormat to everybody and anybody and all this kind of shit. This is where we talk about like the ego of no ego. You know what I mean? So like in terms of the Like there's obviously like the arrogance and all that kind of stuff that comes from one aspect, but there's the opposite side to that spectrum where it's like the ego of no ego, where you're basically a doormat to everybody. And that will kind of feed into resentment. And now all of a sudden you have no control over your life because you're just constantly, catering to everyone else and never catering towards yourself. And in this case, his whole thing was about like, it became sexual because like he was getting gratification out of the control that he was doing while doing all this evil shit. When you're in that mentality and you let your ego get the best of you, that's where he's at. And a lot of people don't like hearing this. They don't like talking about this, but it's an important thing to talk about because this is how you can find yourself in these situations. A lot of people try to say, oh no, like, Hitler was evil. You know what I mean? He was psychotic. He was defective. You know what I mean? It was like, try to make him into a unicorn, essentially. That's a big mistake. Big mistake. Because then all of a sudden you think, well, I'll never end up like that. Not true. It is what it is. Sad, Well, it's relevant to right now and taking back the rainbow. It won't be later. We got the picture right here. Don't worry, Aaron, man. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Tied him up with it, he broke himself.
100% you're right.
And maybe same with Catherine. It got out of hand.
All right. Now you indicated that you believe you had Kevin tie Catherine up. Mm-hmm. Tell me what happened then.
Okay. I moved. After I really can't remember, Judge, whether I had her tie him up or she tied him up. But anyway, I moved her to another bedroom. And he was already secure there by the bed. Tied his feet to the bedpost, on the bedpost, so he couldn't run. Kind of tied her in the other bedroom, and then I came back to strangle him. And at that time, we had a fight.
Were you armed with a handgun at that time also?
Yes, I had a handgun.
What happened when you came back?
I actually had two handguns. When I started strangling, either the garnet broke or he broke his bonds and he jumped up real quick like. I pulled my gun and quickly shot him. I hit him in the head. He fell over. I could see the blood, and as far as I was concerned, I thought he was down and was out, and then went and started to strangle Catherine. And then we started fighting because bonds weren't very good, and so back and forth we fought.
You and Catherine?
Yeah, we fought. And I got the best of her, and I thought she was going down, and then I could hear some movement in the other room. So I went back, and Kevin, no. I thought she was going down, and I went back to the other bedroom where Kevin was at, and I tried to re-strangle him at that time. And he jumped up, and we fought, and he at that time shot me because he got my pistol that was in my shoulder here. I had my magnum in my shoulder. So
in a shoulder holster. Did you have it in a shoulder holster?
Yes, and I had the magnum in my shoulder holster. The other one was a 22. And we fought at that point in time, and I thought it was going to go off. I jammed the gun, stuck my finger in there, jammed it. And I think he thought that was the only gun I had, because once I either bit his finger or hit him or something got away, and I used the 22 and shot him one more time. And I thought he was down for good that time.
All right, so you shot him a second time?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Went back to finish the job on Catherine, and she was fighting. And at that point in time, I'd been fighting her, and then I heard I don't know whether I was basically losing control. The strangulation wasn't working on her, and I used a knife on her.
You say you used a knife?
He lost control and he used a knife on her. He got angry, so he just started stabbing her. You know what I mean? He was in control. Play the victim all you want. You decide to do that. No, so I'm trying to point out, Uriah. This is what a lot of people don't understand. He's not playing the victim. He's proud of what he done. Like, this is this is kind of like him just running through like, oh, what did you do yesterday kind of type shit. He has no remorse. He's no guilt for what he actually done. And this is where it's like when you can get to like that actual stage. That's why Matthew as well wouldn't have a chance to talk like this in a healthy society. A firing squad would have had his last words. That's why it's like you need to give these people the fucking death bounty. Because they're fundamentally like broke. There's no coming back from this shit. There's no coming back from this shit. The reason why he's like, you know, not crying or in tears or whatever, because he actually genuinely feels as though he was justified in doing all this shit. You know what I mean? He was, you know, inflicting the pain and the suffering and all this kind of shit because of the lack of control that he had on his life. He wanted to put control on others. Like I said, after Iron Up, man, after. It's not for us to try and get the head of Satan. Again, this is the whole thing, Matthew. If you just try to, that's just evil. That's just a one-off. That's not even human. No. Anybody can end up like this. Given the certain situations and circumstances, you let that ego get out of hand. And it's like, there's one side where it's too much ego and the arrogance and all this kind of shit. And it divorces you from reality. But there's also the ego of no ego. And in this case, this dude was the ego of no ego. He was basically a doormat his entire life up until the point where he got his, he got his, you know, quote unquote, justification. He fucking inflicted all this evil shit. You know? He was fighting, losing the control. Fuck. It's all got to do with controlling this dude. He was basically a doormat his entire life. Like, think of like Breaking Bad. Like Walter White, when he broke bad. He was a fucking doormat and all this kind of shit. Then he decided, I'm going to be the drug kingpin. You know what I mean? I sent it in Discord after the video. Calm down, are we not, men? Calm down. Ego too high. But that's when you get the snap. And like I said, it basically, his whole mentality is fucked. Like the merciful option is just to give him the death penalty. Because he's like no longer able to function. You know? This dystopian, I can't imagine his viewpoint. No, it's like a lot of people don't want to understand. Because if they actually understand it, then they realize, oh shit, anybody can end up in this position. You know? And that's the really uncomfortable thing that we don't want to, we don't want to acknowledge. That's the uncomfortable truth. It makes a lot of people, you know? This guy is an ego. Okay. The ego of no ego is a psychological paradox where the very act of trying to eliminate your ego or priding yourself on being egoless is ironically an ego-driven pursuit. So when you have like these people that are doormats, like their whole thing is that, oh, like, I'm actually a very virtuous person because I never concern myself with anything got to do with me. I never have self-preservation, all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? Being divorced from God. You could make the argument like being divorced from reason, you know? Just imagining someone bang bang, then this girl is upset, silence her, it's fucked. 100%. Dude's a fucking serial killer, you know? You highlighted and responded to my same chat. Well, I'm not playing a clip now, are we not, man? Okay. Told you to calm down. You didn't calm down. We're not playing it.
On her.
Yes.
What did you do with the knife?
I stabbed her. I think she said either stabbed 2 or 3 times, either here or here. Maybe 2 back here and 1 here, or maybe just 2 times back here.
You were pointing to your lower back and your
Yeah, underneath the ribs.
and your lower abdomen.
Yeah, underneath the ribs. Up underneath the ribs.
So after you stabbed her, what happened?
Actually, I think at that point in time, well, it was a total mess because I didn't have control on it. She was bleeding. She went down. I think I just went back to check on Kevin, or at that basically same time I heard him escape. It could be one of the two. But all of a sudden the front door of the house was open and he was gone. And, I tell you what I thought. I thought the police were coming at that time. I heard the door open. I thought, no, that's it. And I stepped out there and I could see him running down the street. So I quickly cleaned up everything that I could and left.
All right, now, Mr. Rader, you indicated that at the Oteros you did not have a mask on. Did you have a mask on at the Brights?
No, I didn't.
All right, so what happened then?
I already had the keys to the cars. And I thought I had the right key to the right car. I ran out to their car. And I think it was a pickup out there. And I tried it, didn't work. And at that point in time, he was gone, running down the street. I thought, yeah, I'm in trouble. So I tried it, didn't work. So I just took off, ran, went east, and then worked back toward the WSU campus where my car was parked.
All right, so you had parked your car at the Wichita State University
Yes, sir,
campus?
on the campus,
How far away was the Brights residence?
Oh, I parked, was that 13th? And they were on 13th. Was it 17th? Yeah. I was just about 1 block south of 17th where the car was. There's a park there. I parked by that park. And then I walked to 13th to the Brights residence. So I basically ran back.
All right, so you were able to get to your car and get away.
Yes, sir.
Now let's turn to count number 6. In that count, they claim on March 17th, 1977, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Shirley Bayan maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which she did die on March 17th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day?
As before, Bayan was actually on that one, she was completely random. There was actually someone across from Dylan's was a potential target. It was called Project Green, I think. I had project numbers assigned to it. And that particular day, I drove to Dylan's, parked in the parking lot, watched this particular residence, and then got out of the car and walked over to it. It's probably the police report, the address. I don't remember the address now. Knocked, nobody answered it. So I was all keyed up, so I just started going through the neighborhood. I'd been through the neighborhood before. I kind of knew a little of the layout of the neighborhood. I've been through the back alleys, knew where some certain people lived. While I was walking down Hydraulic, I met a young boy and asked him if he ID'd some pictures. Kind of as a rust, I guess, or roost, as you call it, and kind of feel it out. And saw where he went. And I went to another address and knocked on the door. Nobody opened the door, so I just noticed where he went and went to that house, and we went from there.
You call these projects, were these sexual fantasies also?
Potential hits. Yeah, in my world, that's what I call them.
All right. So
They're
you
called
went,
projects, hits.
all right, and why did you have these potential hits? Was this to gratify some sexual interest? Or?
Yes, sir. I had a lot of them, so it's just if one didn't work out, I just moved to another one.
All right. So, as I'm to understand it, then on the 17th of March, 1977, you saw this little boy go into a residence, and you tried another residence. No one was there. You tried another residence. No one was there, so you went to the residence with the little boy.
Yeah, and I watched where he went.
What happened then?
After I tried this one residence, nobody came to the door. I went to this house where he went in, knocked on the door, and told him I was a private detective. Showed him a picture that I had just showed the boy, and asked him if they could ID the picture. And at that time, I had the gun here, and I just kind of forced myself in. I just walked in, just opened the door and walked in, and then pulled the pistol.
What gun? What pistol?
357 Magnum.
So you only had one gun with this?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told Mrs. Diane that I had a problem with sexual fantasies, that I was going to tie her up, and that I might have to tie the kids up, and that she would cooperate with me at that time. We went back. She was extremely nervous. I think she even smoked a cigarette. And we went back to one of the back areas of the porch, explained to her that I had done this before. And I think at that point in time, I think she was sick because she had a night robe on. And I think if I remember right, she had been sick. And I think she came out of the bedroom when I went in the house.
Yeah, this dude is a serial killer, BTK. It's a pretty famous case, not gonna lie. This guy balls talking the judge like this, but this is why we do this shit. To show you that it's like, you think, oh yeah, this would never be me. It's the same thing as like dudes that would swear blind. Oh, I'd never cheat my wife. I'm not a player or a cheater and all this kind of shit. And then, tensions build, then all of a sudden this chick comes along, starts being nice, all this kind of shit, and isn't it so lovely, and you get the butterflies in your stomach, and then next thing you know, and I get it, it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. You know what I mean? We're not men, can't hack it. It's uncomfortable truths that people don't want to realize. This dude went to church as well. This dude was a Christian. You know what I'm saying? Because we rather believe the illusions. The illusion that I'm a good person, I'm not evil, I'm not even capable of evil. So I'm saying it's uncomfortable truths. Oh, you clearly can't talk it. It's okay. It's okay, we're not men. I'm not gonna force you guys to watch. You know what I'm saying? But for those that actually want the knowledge, that want to understand that any motherfucker you meet is capable of becoming this motherfucker. It's capable of becoming the motherfucker in the previous case. You know? Then ego is your own worst enemy. And that goes both ways. Both in terms of the high ego and then the ego of no ego.
So anyway, we went back to her bedroom, and I proceeded to tie the kids up, and they started crying and got real upset. So I said, no, this is not going to work. So we moved them to the bathroom. She helped me, and then I tied the doors shut. We put some toys and blankets and odds and ends in there for the kids, make them as comfortable as we could. We tied one of the bathroom doors shut so they couldn't open it, and then she went back and helped me shove the bed up against the other bathroom door. And then I proceeded to tie her up. She got sick, threw up, got her a glass of water, comforted her a little bit, and then I went ahead and tied her up, and then put a bag over her head and strangled her.
All right. Was this a plastic bag also?
Yes, sir. I think it was, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay, you put a bag.
It was something. I'm sure it was a plastic bag. Yeah.
You say you put a bag over her head and strangled her. What did you strangle her with?
I think on that I had tied her legs to the bedpost and worked up with the rope all the way up, and then what I had left over I looped over her neck.
Wait a sec. I don't get off on this. So you want a stream that you can get off to?
Morning to you. Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Now, if you only want to watch shit that you get off to, Iron Up Men, I'm perfectly fine if you don't want to get off to me. I already have enough dudes saying they want to fuck me.
Fuck you, Terriac. I'm not gay, but I'll fuck you to prove a point, little boy.
Why are you gay?
So, I don't know if you're aware of this, but that makes you gay.
Hey, look, it ain't gay to suck dick, all right?
Whoa.
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
That means you gay. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, background scramps.
All right, so you use this rope to strangle her.
Yes, I think it's the same one that I tied her body with.
What happened then?
Well, the kids were really banging on the door, hollering, screaming, and then the telephone rang, and they had talked about earlier that the neighbor was going to check on them, so I cleaned everything up real quick like and got out of there, left, and went back into my car.
Now, when you say you cleaned everything...
Well, I mean, put my stuff, I had a briefcase, whatever I had laying around, the ropes, tape, cords, I threw that in there, whatever, that I had that I brought in the house.
Had you brought that to the Bride residence also?
Now, there is some, I think there's some basic stuff, but I don't remember bringing total stuff like I did to some of the others.
Was this a kit that you had prepared?
Yeah, yes, I called my hit kit.
All right, sir. You left the Vian residence, and had you parked your vehicle near there?
And it's still in the same parking lot there at Dillon's, at Hydraulic and, what is that? Harry? Lincoln and Hydraulic.
All right, in count 7, it is claimed that on the 8th day of December 1977 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, that being Nancy Fox, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Nancy Fox did die on December 8th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day here in Sedgwick County?
Nancy Fox was another one of the projects. When I was trolling the area, I noticed her go in the house one night. Anyway, I put her down as a potential victim.
Let me ask you one thing, Mr. Rader. You used that term when you were patrolling the area. What do you mean by that?
It's called stalking or trolling.
So you were not working in any form or fashion? You were just...
I don't know, if you read much about serial killers, they go through what they call the different phases. That's one of the phases they go through as a trolling stage. You're looking for a victim at that time, and that you could be trolling for months or years. But once you lock in on a certain person, then you become stalking, and that might be several of them. But you really home in on that person. They basically become that's the victim, or that's what you want to do.
He said trolling with a T, not a trolling.
He did say trolling with a T. I thought he said trolling.
Oh, okay.
All right.
No, I wasn't working, sir.
All right.
No, this was off my hours.
All right. So you basically identified Nancy Fox as one of your projects. What happened then?
At first, she was spotted, and then I did a little homework. I dropped by once to check the mailbox to see what her name was, found out where she worked, stopped by there once at Hillsburg, kind of sized her up. The more I knew about a person, the more I felt comfortable with it. So I did that a couple of times. And then I just selected a night, which was this particular night, to try it, and it worked out.
All right. Can you tell me what you did on the night of December 8th, 1977?
Now, about 2 or 3 blocks away, I parked my car and walked to that residence. Knocked at the door first to make sure, see if anybody was in there, because I knew she arrived home at a particular time from where she worked. Nobody answered the door, so I went around to the back of the house, cut the phone lines. I could tell that there wasn't anybody in the north apartment. Broke in and waited for her to come home in the kitchen.
All right. Did she come home?
Yes, she did.
What happened?
I confronted her, told her there I had a problem, sexual problem, that I would have to tie her up and have sex with her. She was a little upset. We talked for a while. She smoked a cigarette. While we smoked a cigarette, I went through her purse, identifying some stuff. And she finally said, well, let's get this over with so I can go call the police. And I said, okay. And she said, can I go to the bathroom? And I said, yes. She went to the bathroom and I told her when she came out to make sure that she was undressed. And when she came out, I handcuffed her and I don't really remember whether. Sir?
You handcuffed her? You had a pair of handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Well, anyway, I handcuffed her, had her lay on the bed.
What I'm wondering is why the gaps in the years? You know? That would be a key thing. I wonder if it comes up in the trial. Leave it to Teriak. I think you got an accountability problem here, sir. You're the one that called it murder porn. You're the one that's talking about getting off. You know, I don't get off on this. You know what I mean? Are you a little bit upsetty spaghetti, are we not, man? It's okay. Let's hook it out. Let's hook it out, are we not, man? It's okay. It's okay. Motherfucker better be swinging from an oak. Don't want to give away the spoilers, but the death penalty wasn't applicable in Kansas City at the time. Why I keep telling you all we need to make the death penalty great again. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. But this is what I'm saying. You know? To just kind of like, you know, run away from evil and just be like think about it like this, you know? Like, is Andrew covering the Tyler Robinson case? You know? Is that murder porn? You know? You know, Rob, Andrew, all the boys covering the Tyler Robinson case. You know? And it is this whole thing of like, for lack of a better word, it's like this child mentality where it's like, I'm a good, virtuous person. I'll never be evil. I'd never cheat my wife. You go through a rough patch. She's being a bitch at home and all this kind of shit. Not listening to you. Being awkward. And then Betsy comes along and Betsy's all sweet and nice. Doing all these things for you. Whispering all these sweet nothings. But if you're a child, you don't want to think about those things. Because it's what's known as an uncomfortable truth. You know? It's okay, we're not men. It's okay. Slow speed, feet first, wood chipper. Don't disagree, Blue. Don't disagree. Like, particularly people like this, where the mentality is literally fucked. There's no coming back from this. Because as we see, like, this dude has not shown a shred of remorse for anything he thinks that he's vindicated or justified and all this kind of shit. You know? And it's done over multiple years. He's even like taunting the police to try and find him and all this kind of shit, you know? Always feet first because I'm kind and like to give them a chance to repent, perhaps save their soul. I don't think there's any saving this dude. Or people like these dudes.
And then I tied her feet. And then I was also undressed to a certain degree. And then I got on top of her. And then I reached over, took either her feet were tied or not tied. But anyway, I think I had a belt. I took the belt and then strangled her with a belt at that time.
All right, after you had strangled her, what happened then?
Okay. After I strangled her with the belt, I took the belt off and retied that with pantyhose real tight. Removed the handcuffs and tied those with pantyhose. Can't remember the colors right now. I think I maybe retied her feet. What they had not already, they were probably already tied. Her feet were, and at that time masturbated, sir.
All right. Had you had sexual relations with her before?
No. I told her I was, but I did not.
So you masturbated, then what did you do?
Dressed and then went through the house and took some of her personal items and kind of cleaned the house up, went through it, checked everything, and then left.
All right. He's established it was in Sedgwick County. I don't know the exact place. For purposes of It's in Sedgwick County. Do you remember the address, Mr. Rady?
I remember the address. Miss Fox.
Oh, Fox. 913 or 903. You know, I sure don't. I know it was on Persian, South Pershing. That's all. I don't.
Here in Wichita?
It was a 9. It was 9 something, sir, but I don't know the other digits. And,
The address, as I said, is really not important as long as you remember it happened here in Wichita, Sedgwick County.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, let's turn to count 8. In count 8, it is claimed that on or about the 27th day of April 1985 to the 28th day of April 1985 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, it is claimed that you unlawfully killed a human being, Maureen Hedge, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which Maureen Hedge did die on April 27th, 1985. Can you tell me what occurred on that day?
well, actually, kind of like the others, she was chosen. I went through the different phases, stalking phase, and since she lived down the street from me, I could watch the coming and going quite easily. On that particular date, I had another commitment. Came back from that commitment, parked my car over at Woodlawn and 21st Street at Bowling Alley.
Aww. Aww. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You got a lot of hate in your soul, are you not, man? Not very Christian. But probably tied to ego, like this dude. And this is why, like I said, man, it's probably uncomfortable that we're covering this, because, like I said, what I'm saying about the ego leading into resentment, then escalating, all this kind of shit. Repent. You gotta repent, are you not, man? Cause that shit will ain't good for the soul. I can tell you that for a sec. Anyways, you know, I want to bet at 80 this guy begs for communion and a priest. I don't know, man. I genuinely don't think so. Cause the way he's acting here, I'm telling you, man. This is gonzo. No coming back, you know?
There at that time. Before that, I dressed until I had some other clothes on, changed clothes. I went to the bowling alley, went in there, the precincts of bowling, called a taxi, had a taxi take me out to Park City. Had my kit with me, there's a bowling bag.
All right, that was Park City in Sedgwick County,
Yes,
Kansas?
sir.
All right, you had the taxi take you to Park City. What happened there?
There, I pretended that I was a little drunk. I just took some beer and forced it around my mouth, and the guy could probably smell the alcohol on me. I told him to let me out so I could get some fresh air, and I walked from where the taxi let me off over to her house.
All right, where does she live?
62, 42, 54, 6254, 6254, North Independence.
All right, when you walked over there, what happened next?
Well, as before, I was going to have sexual fantasy, so I brought my hit kit, and lo and behold, her car was there. I thought, gee, she's not supposed to be home. So I very carefully snuck into the house, kind of like a cat burglar, and after checking the house, she wasn't there. So about that time, the doors rattled, so I went back to one of the bedrooms and hid back there in one of the bedrooms. She came in with a male visitor. They were there for maybe an hour or so. He left. I waited till wee hours in the morning, and then proceeded to sneak into her bedroom and flip the lights on what looked like, or I think the bathroom lights. I didn't want to flip her lights on, and she screamed, and I jumped on the bed and strangled her manually.
All right. Now, were you wearing any kind of disguise or mask at this time?
No.
You indicated this woman lived down the street from you. Did she know you?
Casually, we'd walk by and wave. She liked to work in her yard as well as I like to work. It's just a neighborly type thing. It wasn't anything personal. I mean, just a neighbor.
All right, so she was in her bed when you turned on the lights in the bathroom?
Yeah, the bathroom, yeah, so I could get some light in there.
All right, what did you do then?
No, I manually strangled her when she started to scream.
So you used your hands?
Yes, sir.
And you strangled her? Did she die?
Yes.
All right, what did you do then?
After that, since I was in the sexual fantasy, I went ahead and stripped her, and probably went ahead and I'm not sure if I tied her up at that point in time. But anyway, she was nude, and I put her on a blanket, went through her purse, some personal items in the house, figured out how I was going to get her out of there. Eventually moved her to the trunk of the car. Took the car over to Christ Lutheran Church. This is with the older church. And took some pictures.
See what I'm saying? Like, this dude was, I go to church every Sunday. I'm a good person. I'm not evil. You know what I mean? Tanya. He is evil. But he wasn't born evil. The ego of no ego. Dude was a doormat his whole life. Resentment built. Vitriol, hate. You know? Just think about this. For example, like with Are We Not Men. Are We Not Men is like a perfect kind of like example of like a budding flower in terms of this shit. You know what I mean? Are We Not Men? If I'm dumb, but I can cause you to get this angry, right? What does that make you? You know what I mean? You got to be careful with the insults, Are We Not Men, because they go back against you. You know what I mean? But like, think of it like you're literally watching someone you hate. You're sitting there angry, and you can't stop watching it. That's not healthy, bro. Seriously, get some help. It's not healthy, you know? Like, not malignant, just benign evil. He doesn't even care about anyone. Yeah. Because he genuinely, like, thinks that he's justified. You know? He'd do this whole thing of, like, you know, oh no, like these people that I'm doing, like, these are all demons. I'm doing this to demons, so this is justified. I'm getting control back, you know? Like, the whole, like, it's nonchalant, non-personal, all this kind of shit. Welcome in, unapologetic preacher, Rev Russ. Hope you're well. Hope you're well, sir. He says it was nothing personal, then talks about strangling her. Yeah, because it literally gets to that stage. Right? That you just hate everybody. You hate the whole world. This assumes you. You know? God bless, God bless. Good to see you too. Good to see you too. Who said I'm angry? I hate you. I hate you. I just actually realized I hate Teriak. No, you're not angry, bro. Keep lying to yourself. Keep lying to yourself, man. This is where you're going to end up. In the courtroom. You know what I mean? Taking all this hate and vitriol out on some poor soul. You know? Sad. It really is. But this is what, like, one of the uncomfortable truths. This is about, you know, maturing in life and understanding things. You know? And this is one of those, like, Jesus Christ. You know? We like to just, like, say, no, that's evil. That's, like, they were born evil. They always were evil. Like, that wasn't a thing that grew or whatever, or manifested. You know what I mean?
All right, you took some photographs. What kind of camera did you use?
Poor Lord.
Did you keep those photographs?
Yes, the police probably have them.
All right, what happened then?
That was it. She went through, I tied it, she was already dead, so I took pictures of her in different forms of bondage. And that's probably what got me in trouble was the bondage thing. So anyway, that's probably the main thing. But anyway, after that, I moved her back out to the car, and then we went east on 53rd.
All right, what occurred then?
Sir?
What happened then?
Trying to find a place to hide the body.
Did you find a place?
Yes, I did.
Where?
couldn't tell you without looking at the map, but it was on 53rd, between Greenwich, maybe. What's the other one between Greenwich? Webb. I think between Webb and Greenwich, I found a ditch, a low place on the north side of the road, and hit her there.
All right, you say you hit her there?
Well, there were some trees, some brush, and I laid that over the top of her body.
All right, so you removed the body from the car, put her in the ditch, and then laid some brush over the body?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, in count 9, it is claimed on or about the 16th day of September 1986 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, Vicki Wegerle, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which said Vicki Wegerle did die on September 16th, 1986. Can you tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County on that day that makes you believe you are guilty?
Again, Vicki Wegerle was another potential victim. I went through those different phases, locked in on her, as I would call it, and decided that I would try that date. I used Roos as a telephone repairman to get in their house. Drove there in my own personal car around lunchtime, during lunch hour, or approximately that time. It was earlier in the morning than that. And I actually went somewhere else and changed my clothes, what I call my hit clothes. And
hit clothes?
Hit clothes. Basically different, things that I'd need to get rid of later. Not the same kind of clothes that I had on. I don't know what other better word to use it, crime clothes or hit clothes. I just call them hit clothes. Anyway, I walked from my car as a telephone repairman. As I walked there, I donned the telephone helmet. I had a briefcase. Went to one other address just to kind of size up the house. I'd walked by it a couple of times, but I wanted to check it a little bit more. As I approached it, I could hear a piano sound. And went to this other door, knocked on them, and told them that we were recently working on telephone repairs in the area. And went to her and knocked on the door and asked her if I could come check her telephone lines inside.
Did she allow you in?
Yes, she did.
What happened then?
Went over and found out where the telephone was, simulated that I was checking the telephone. I had a make-believe instrument, and after she was looking away, I drew a pistol at her and asked her if she'd go back to the bedroom with me.
Was this the same .357 Magnum you'd used?
No, this was a different one.
Different pistol. Or you asked her to go back to the bedroom with you after drawing a pistol on her?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told her, we went back to the bedroom, I told her I was going to have to tie her up. She was very upset, and I think I used some material that was in, and that's another thing, I'm not sure, but I think I used the material that they had in their bedroom, and after I tied her hands, she broke that and we started fighting, and we fought quite a bit back and forth.
All right, she was physically fighting you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Finally got the hand on her and got a nylon sock and started strangling her.
So you wrapped the stocking around her neck?
Yes.
What happened then?
I finally gained on her and put her down, and I thought she was dead, but apparently she wasn't. But after she was down and not moving anymore, I rearranged her clothes a little bit and took some quick photos. I think 3 of them, if I remember. And then after that, there was a lot of commotion. She had mentioned something about her husband coming home, so I got out there pretty quick. The dogs were raising a lot of cane in the back. The doors, the windows were all open to the house. A lot of noise when we were fighting. So I left pretty quickly after that. Put everything in the briefcase and had her. I'd already gone through her purse and got the keys to the car and used her car for my getaway car.
All right, now you indicate that you thought that she was dead. Did you discover later that she was not dead?
Yes, I guess the paramedics arrived and they tried to attempt to revive her, and that failed. I don't know whether she died there or on the way to the hospital or at the hospital. I don't recollect.
But you later found out that she did die as a result of your strangulation?
Yes.
Now, sir, let's turn to count 10. In that count, it's claimed that on or about the 18th day of January 1991 to the 19th day of January 1991 in the county of Sedgwick, state of Kansas, that you did then and there unlawfully kill a human being, that being Dolores E. Davis, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Dolores E. Davis did die on January 19th, 1991. Mr. Rader, please tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County, Kansas on that day that makes you believe you're guilty.
That particular day I had some commitments. I left those, went to one place, changed my clothes, went to another place, parked my car, finally made arrangements on my hit kit, my clothes, and then walked to that residence. After spending some time at that residence, it was very cold at night. Had reservations about going in. I had cased the place before, and I really couldn't figure out how to get in, and she was in the house, so I finally just selected a concrete block and threw it through the plate glass window on the east and came on in.
All right, where is this residence located?
It's on Hillside, but I couldn't give you an address. I know it's probably 61, probably 62 something. Oh, 62 something.
North or south?
North Hillside.
All right, so you used a concrete block to break the window?
Mm-hmm. Plate glass window, patio door. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Noise. I just went in. She came out of the bedroom and thought that a car had hit her house, and I told her that I used the roofs of being wanted. I was on the run. I needed food, car, warm up, and then I asked her. I handcuffed her and kind of talked to her. Told her that I would like to get some food, get her keys, her car, and kind of rest assured, talk with her a little bit and calmed her down a little bit, and then eventually I checked. I think she was still handcuffed. I went back and checked out where the car was. Simulated getting some food, odds and ends in the house that I was leaving. Then went back and removed her handcuffs and then tied her up, and then eventually strangled her.
Or you say eventually strangled her?
Well, after I tied her up, I went through some things in the room there and then strangled her.
All right, you say you went through. Were you looking for something?
Mm-hmm. Well, some personal items. Yes, I took some personal items from there.
Did you take personal items in every one of these incidents?
I did on the hedge.
The Aeronaut Man says, obviously I'm just giving Teriak shit. When in reality...
Because I hate you!
Bro, don't be a Dennis, Aeronaut Man. Don't be a Dennis. Honestly, go with the rage. Go with the rage. Especially like when you notice yourself that you're hate watching shit. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people get into that whole thing of with lefties and they're hate watch. Like, why? At the end of the day, this is your life. There's only a finite amount of time that you have. Think of it like a balance sheet. You know what I mean? And then I can get into whole kind of health aspects, why you'd actually want to take care of your body and all this kind of shit as well. Because then you can reduce the deficit. You can reduce the deficit, boys. You know what I'm saying? Are you pregnant? Do you want them to have a YouTube career? Tylenol is for you. Ask your optician today if Tard is right for you. Exactly, Jariah. And that's why we like to thank the show's unofficial
From
sponsor.
doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Shout out to all the Tylenol babies out there. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's finish this up, get to the case, and we're going to be going into Tyler, I do believe. Oh, no, Mento. 1 second, let me finish this and I'll get a ray going, or a redirect.
I don't remember anything of Vicky's place. The Oteros, we got the watch and the radio. I don't think I did any Brights. Glands, no, I don't think so. Fox, yes, I took some things from Fox. It was hit and miss.
All right, but
probably if it was a controlled situation where I had more time, I took something. But if it was a confusion and other things, I didn't, because I was trying to get out of there.
All right, so in regard to the Davis matter, you went around the room, took a few personal things. What did you do then?
Strangled her.
What did you strangle her with?
Pantyhose.
All right, what happened then?
Kind of like Mrs. Hedge. I already figured out I had a plan on leaving and put her in a blanket and drug her to the car and put her in the trunk of the car.
So you were able to strangle her to death with these pantyhose?
Yes, sir.
All right, you put her in your car.
In her car.
In the car.
Her car. The trunk of her car.
What happened then?
I really had a commitment I needed to go to, so I moved her to one spot, took her out of her car. This gets complicated. Then the stuff I had, clothes, gun, whatever, I took that to another spot in her car, dumped that off. Okay. Then took her car back to her house, left that, let me think now. Okay. In the interim, I took her car back to her house. In the interim, I realized that I had lost one of my guns. I dropped it somewhere. So I was trying to figure out where my gun was. So I went back in the house, realized I had dropped it when I broke the plate glass window. It dropped and fell on the floor right there, and I found it right there. So that solved that problem. Anyway, I went back out, threw the keys, checked the car real quick, and threw the keys up on top of the roof of her house, walked from her car back to my car, took my car, drove it back, and I either dropped more stuff off or I picked her up and put them in my car. And then I drove up northeast of Sedgwick County and dropped her off underneath the bridge.
So all of these incidents, these 10 counts, occurred because you wanted to satisfy a sexual fantasy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wrong. It manifested sexually because there was a deep loss of control in your life because you were a doormat your whole life. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Does any party desire any further matters be put on the record at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated, Mr. Rader. I will find that you, Dennis L. Rader, have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived your constitutional rights and entered your pleas of guilty. I will find that you understand the nature of the charges and the consequences of your pleas. Based upon your statements to the court, I will find there are factual bases for each of these pleas of guilty. I will accept these pleas.
Fuck the eyebrows, Blue. What the fuck's going on with the hair? Why is there always a fucked up hair? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Pleas of guilty, and adjudge you, Dennis L. Rader, guilty of murder in the first degree in count 1, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 2, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 3, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 4, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 5, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 6, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 7, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 8, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 9, a Class A felony, and murder in the first degree in count 10, a Class A felony.
And that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. But let's close out. We're going to be going into Tyler TV. Let me give you the outro to this. The individual responsible for the BTK murders was Dennis Rader. Born in 1945 in Wichita, Kansas, Rader lived what appeared to be an unremarkable life as a husband, father of two, church council president at Christian Lutheran Church, and compliance officer for Park City. He served in the Air Force, worked various jobs including at a security company, and was viewed by neighbors and colleagues as quiet and reliable. Beneath that surface existed a long-standing sexual fantasy centered on binding, torturing, and killing women and families. He began acting on those fantasies in 1974 and continued intermittently until 1991 before a long hiatus. The first murders occurred on January 15, 1974 at the Otero family home. Rader had stalked the family and planned the attack. He entered through the back door, confronted the family at gunpoint, and bound Joseph Otero, his wife Julie, and their children with cords and belts he brought or found in the home. He strangled Joseph in the bedroom, then Julie took the two younger children to the basement, where he bound and strangled them as well. Killings were carried out methodically to prolong the control phase. Rader later stated in his confession that his derived sexual release from the binding and the moment of death. He left the scene without taking valuables, though he did take some personal items as trophies. The family dog was left unharmed. Rader's second confirmed murder was Catherine Bright on April 4th, 1974. He entered her home, bound her, and killed her by stabbing and strangulation. Her brother Kevin was also attacked and left for dead, but survived to provide a description. Rader sent letters claiming credit using the BTK name for the first time. The pattern of home invasion, binding with available materials, and strangulation as the primary method was now established. On March 17th, 1977, Shirley Vian was killed in her home. Rader bound her and strangled her while her young children were present. He locked them in a closet. Children survived, however, and again a letter followed with accurate details. The risk of children being present did not deter him. In some cases, it appeared to fit his fantasy of disrupting family units. Nancy Fox was murdered on December 8th, 1977. Rader entered her home, bound her with pantyhose and other items, and strangled her. He later described masturbating at the scene after the killing. A letter confirmed this involvement. By this point, the task force had semen evidence from multiple scenes that would eventually prove crucial. The murders continued with Maureen Hedge in April 1985. Rader broke into her home, bound her and strangled her, then transported her body to a church basement where he posed it and took photographs for his personal collection. Vicky Wegerle was killed on September 16th, 1986. Rader strangled her in her home. Her husband returned shortly after and discovered the scene. Dolores Davis was the final known victim on January 19th, 1991. Rader bound and strangled her in her home. After this killing, he stopped for 13 years. In his later statements, he attributed the hiatus to increasing fear of capture, family responsibilities, and his church involvement, though the underlying fantasies remained. In 2004, Rader resumed communication with authorities and media. He sent letters and packages referencing the old crimes and claiming new ones that were not substantiated. One package contained a doll posed to resemble a victim. Communications were designed to regain attention and perhaps relive the excitement. The critical error came when Rader sent a floppy disk to KAKE-TV. He had asked in a note whether such a disk could be traced. Investigators publicly stated it could not. When examined, the disk's metadata contained the text Christ Lutheran Church and a reference to Dennis. Combined with other linguistic and forensic clues from the letters, this narrowed the field dramatically. Surveillance was placed on Rader's residence. DNA from crime scene semen was compared to reference sample obtained from his daughter's medical records, a pap smear. The profiles matched. On February 25th, 2005, officers arrested Rader at his home. Public footage shows him being taken into custody calmly. In the interrogation room, after hours of questioning and the presentation of the accumulating evidence, Rader began confessing. He provided a detailed account of each murder, correcting investigators on specifics and adding information only the perpetrator could know. He described his stalking methods, entry techniques, binding processes, the sexual acts he performed during and after the killings, and his post-crime activities, including trophy collection and photography. The confession spanned multiple sessions and covered all 10 murders. Rader pleaded guilty on June 27, 2005 to 10 counts of first-degree murder. During the sentencing hearing, he gave an extended statement in court describing each crime in graphic detail, consistent with his police confession. He was sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He is currently incarcerated at El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas. The motive throughout was sexual gratification. Like I said, I disagree with that. It's much deeper in terms of the ego and control, like this whole aspect, derived from the complete control of victims through binding and the act of killing. Rader has described in letters and interviews from prison the fantasies began in childhood and adolescence and escalated to murder. The 13-year-old gap demonstrates that external factors such as employment, family tree, and fear of detection can interrupt but not eliminate such compulsions. The resumption in 2004 showed how quickly the need for attention and fantasy fulfillment can return when perceived risks decrease. And like this whole aspect of why is he, taunting the cops? You know what I mean? Because it wasn't just enough for like the sexual thing, it's also the ego thing, Cross-referencing the physical evidence with the confession confirms consistency on every major point. Types of ligatures, the order of killings in multi-victim scenes, items taken or left behind, and the positioning of bodies. DNA matched the floppy disk metadata, and the surveillance observations proved irrefutable links that decades of traditional investigation could not achieve alone. Case stands as a clear example of how technological evidence, even something as simple as file metadata, can dismantle the most carefully maintained double life. The impact on Wichita and the victims' families was profound and lasting. Community members lived under a cloud of fear during the active years. Families of the victims have spoken publicly about the decades of unanswered questions and the relief mixed with renewed grief that came when the arrest and detailed confessions. At sentencing, family members addressed Rader directly, expressing the permanent void left by the murders. The case also led to improvements in cold case investigation techniques and interagency cooperation in Kansas. Rader has continued to communicate from prison through letters and occasional interviews, sometimes attempting to justify or explain his actions. Like I said, there's no remorse. Like, he genuinely feels as though it was all justified and all shit, while showing little genuine remorse. Books, documentaries, and academic analysis have examined his psychology, the evolution of the investigation, and the role of his seemingly normal public persona in allowing the crimes to continue undetected for so long. Public interrogation and confession footage remain available for study, showing how a composed individual can methodically recount horrific acts when confronted with overwhelming evidence. Every element of this case, from the first Ontario scene in 1974 to the metadata on floppy disk in 2005, demonstrates the power of persistent evidence collection and the eventual convergence of old and new forensic techniques. The deductionist approach of cross-referencing every available public record, video, and document leads inevitably to the same conclusion. Dennis Rader was BTK, and the evidence left no other viable explanation. The game, built on decades of fear and meticulous police work, concluded the full weight and the facts. And ladies and gentlemen, that wraps it up for today's show. Hopefully you had a good show. Appreciate you all. Even you, are we not, men? The trolling, all that kind of shit. Appreciate you all for the comments, the back and forth. Particularly, like I said, oh shit. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Let's fix this. Let's fix this. I thought that this motherfucker was. I thought that he was. I guess we had to get him at the end. You know what I mean? But again, like this whole aspect where it's like uncomfortable truths that we have to deal with, and it's like not to shy away from them. You know what I mean? Why we do this show. Another aspect is like in terms of justice. Justice might not always be immediate, but why perseverance is key, patience is key, and like I was saying, like in terms of the whole kind of like aspect here, one of those things that you always want to make sure that you're not kind of like losing yourself to kind of like modern narratives, like the amount of people that like go along with this whole thing of fuck the police, and maybe we should like reduce police spending, or isn't there a lot of corruption in the police and all this kind of shit. Kind of play into that shit, man. You're playing into the lefties when you do that shit. Got to make sure that you're not kind of, what would be the word? You want to make sure that you're not, you're not losing the rug for it. And again, like the whole aspect of ego and all this kind of shit as well is a key thing to it as well. One of those things that, you got to keep track of yourself, hold yourself accountable. And not just in terms of like the arrogance, but also the ego of no ego. Like, are you turning around and trying to justify things? Or are you being a doormat? And all this kind of shit. Going to get going to build. Resentment will build. And like we've seen it in both cases. You know what I mean? That's how it goes. That's how she goes, as they say, you know. But it is what it is, folks. Let me make sure this raid is ready to go. So we're going to be going into Tyler TV. I know that Andrew and the Crucible are live. But if you can, like, I understand, like, you want to go over there and all this kind of stuff, but let go into Tyler, give him a like and give him a sub, all that kind of good stuff as well. And like I said, appreciate you all for stopping by. Appreciate you all for the donations as well. Absolute legends. Shout out to you all. And as like I said, we end the show the same way every single time. I'm not asking you to the Americans. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm a fucking leprechaun. Who am I? All I'm simply asking you to do is to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you tomorrow for yet another episode of the Deductionist Files.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we